Hey there, MPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're going to talk about all things Shadowrun missions with missions developer Aaron Dykstra. And then stay tuned because up next at 5 p.m. is the series premiere of our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. But first, don't forget that you can support our wonderful partners at Fragging Unicorn Games by going to their Kickstarter and backing Misspent Youth Issue 3, Fall in Love, Not in Line. In fact, in 2 weeks, we'll be right here with the creator of Misspent Youth, Robert Bull, and the owner of Fragging Unicorn Games, OC Opti Presley, and lead developer of Issue 3, Clifton Lambert, for a very special interview. And after the episode of Rules of Cool, we'll be playing Misspent Youth on our monthly one-shot show, allowing our Shadowrunners to take a well-earned break. Now, time to get right into our conversation this week. So stay tuned, RemPCs. Welcome back. We are here with my friend Aaron to talk about Shadowrun missions. So just to kick off, what are Shadowrun missions?
So Shadowrun missions are the living campaign of Shadowrun. It's something that's written by usually our demo agents and some other writers that we pull from the community. And really, it's about standardizing the set of rewards and rules so that a player can bring their character to a table, either at a convention or your friendly local game store. And if it's a demo agent running the game, you can take and keep those rewards and bring them to the next convention or to another game store. Those missions are, published on a yearly cadence. So we get a few missions each year, and then those will eventually make it to PDF once they go through layout and get some really cool art. And really, the cool sort of fun goal we have is we want to make it easy for GMs to run these adventures, but also make it so that the players have fun, have some ability to port their character around and really let it grow in a living sense.
Right. So tell me a little bit about you. Who are you and what is your history as a gamer?
So I'm Aaron. You can find me at as many conventions as I can squeeze into a year. Right now it's the big two, and then Penny Arcade Expo. I like to go to that as well. I'm sort of a latecomer to the role-playing game scene. I didn't start playing until probably about 14 years ago, when a friend of mine got sick with cancer, and we were trying to find anything, me and a couple other of his friends, to really get him back out of his shell and find some ways for him to enjoy. He was a big video gamer. He was a big RPG player and board game player, but it got hard for him to play. And so we were just trying to help him have fun. And from there, it just sort of started this long-term love affair with sort of the flexibility and creativity that comes from role-playing games. And I just keep diving deeper and deeper and loving it even more each year I do it.
That's awesome. So what's your history with Shadowrun that led you to becoming the missions developer?
It's kind of funny. I went to the Evergreen Game Expo in Tacoma. It's a really, really tiny expo. And a bunch of us were GMing, and I was GMing a game called 13th Age. And a friend of mine, Ben, was running Shadowrun. And we didn't really have any players. It was primarily a miniatures convention, so there wasn't a whole lot of role-playing game players, and we kind of got tired of sitting around in this big empty room with like 6 GMs, and so we just started trying each other's games, and I just sort of got hooked. I love the lore. I love sort of the crunchy nature of it. I love rolling piles and piles of dice. The more dice you can roll, the more fun it is. And Shadowrun really, hits all of those like good feels. So and since then, like I think I've been running Shadowrun for about 6 or 7 years now.
Okay.
And I've been the Shadowrun missions developer for about a year.
Great. So going to a con and getting some experience with Shadowrun missions, one of the questions that came up for me is, what is the difference between a season of missions and an arc?
So that's changing a little bit. It's probably easier to explain from 5th edition. So in 5th edition, we had 4 seasons of Chicago. So Chicago would be that long-term mission arc. And so there's the story of, the reclamation of Chicago. And then there's the story of, the bugs resurgence back into Chicago. And so those are really the 2 main arcs that are storylines that come out of that Chicago arc. Now, a season is just 6 missions for Chicago. And also the same was done for Neo Tokyo, which was also 5th edition. With 6th edition, we're changing things up a little bit. With 6, what we're aiming to do is we're aiming for 8 missions a year. So we're increasing it by 2.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot more work. I wasn't quite prepared for that. But it's good because it gives authors more of a chance to try things out. It also gives players that longer term ability to tell their story. And so we're still going to have arcs in terms of we've got Seattle right now. We're in the middle of the Seattle arc, which involves, this 2 groups of Shadowrun fixers and Johnsons that are trying to, push each other around within the story universe. And then that's going to grow over the next 2 years worth of missions that we've got planned out. And then after Seattle, there's probably another arc coming, and we'll see where that goes. Now, the difference is with 5th, at the end of the Chicago arc, your character was done. You can do prime missions, which are more difficult. But basically, you weren't going to play them that much. We're changing that up with 6th edition. We want you to be able to port that character anywhere it goes. So your character will pick up and go to whatever locations are necessary. Wherever the jobs are, that's where your runner will be.
Oh, wow. So as you get those rewards and your character levels up, for lack of a better word, you don't have to stop at a certain point. You can bring a very high karma runner to a table that has a bunch of new runners.
Yeah, absolutely. It adds a little bit of complexity that usually our GMs are good at handling. The base level of writing and the things that we aim for is easy mode. We do want you to have fun. We want you to come away with feeling like you've accomplished things as a player. There are harder difficulty levels that we've also introduced. So if you and your friends are, you've got 200, 300 karma under your belt and you want to make it more difficult, you can tell the GM, can we do this at a more difficult level? There are rules that allow for us to increase that difficulty and increase the reward as well if you're up for it.
Oh, neat. Okay. All right. So you talked about Chicago, you talked a little bit about Neo Tokyo, and now Seattle. So how many total arcs or seasons are there to choose from and run?
So if you're playing 6th edition, there's one. There's the Seattle one. Now, Hal from the adventure you're about to run in a little bit is also one that's contributed pretty heavily to missions as well. He and I actually took a lot of the Neo Tokyo missions and actually ported those over to 6th edition. So you can run 6th edition for Neo Tokyo. We didn't do that for all of Chicago. It is a time intensive task. But we did want to make sure that, yeah, definitely Hal's in the chat and he is a cool dude. So, but it was super fun working with him on that. So there are those arcs, but there are things called CMPs as well. So there are a lot more missions to help you level your character up.
So CMP, what is CMP versus some of the other letters that come up in missions like SMH or PM?
It's a good question. We do have a deep love of three-letter acronyms, except for PM. That's the weirdo one. So SRM, if you ever see SRM when you're at a convention like at Gen Con in the catalog, SRM stands for Shadowrun missions. CMP stands for Convention Mission Packs, which is usually mini adventures. They're 4 missions that fit in a locale, or they fit within telling this very specific story. So last year, as an example, last year at Gen Con, we ran the Neo Tokyo Twilight CMP. And what that was it was the conclusion of the Neo Tokyo arc that we weren't able to finish from 5th edition. So it was 4 adventures, and it sort of tied up some of the loose ends and told a story that was hopefully a lot of fun for the players. Then we have SMH, which is Shadowrun Missions Holiday, or So Much Hate. That would be the other thing SMH stands for.
So Much Hate. I like that.
There are April Fool's missions. They're meant to be completely way out there in left field, and they're supposed to be funny and hard and goofy. We're still waiting on we've got a couple of those missions still out in editing. So hopefully we'll see those in the near future and be able to bring those in. But we don't have any of those for 6th edition yet. And then we've got
all of those are 5th edition and earlier.
Yeah, all of our SMHs are 5th edition and earlier. There are some beautiful ones. You have to like puns though, and I know that's not your favorite. Yeah. So there's the Friendship is Tragic is a just absolute classic where you are attempting to save some centaurs. They may have cutie marks. And then there's Seen It All Before, which every scene is a different scene from a different cool like 80s action movie and just loaded with puns. So they're fun. I've enjoyed running those, and every player I've had, you either groan a lot or you just giggle immensely. So
excellent.
But the other one was Prime Missions, and so those are deliberately meant to be super hard. Normally SRMs or CMPs aren't really lethal a lot of the times unless you've really stuck your foot in it. If you play a PM, there's a good chance that your character could bite it as part of the adventure, and that's always one of the risks, but the rewards are generally about double what you see out of an SRM.
Oh wow. Okay. Neat. Having played a couple of Prime missions and a couple of the April Fool's missions, I think very highly of both of them. They are their own monster, but that's a lot of fun.
So we did do a minor change to Prime missions as well for 6th edition, which is that in 5th edition, when you ran a Prime mission, you were done. You could only run Prime missions from then on out because your rewards were so big. In this case, rewards are big, but you can actually still take your character and still go back to SRMs or go back to CMPs. Your character's not done. We want your character to live on.
Okay. That's really nice. Yeah, because that way you don't have to retire your character and not play them anymore or create them back at ground zero.
Yeah, we found that people want to tell a story, and maybe you can't always tell the story at the table because you've got a 3.5-hour block at a convention. But in your head, you're seeing your character go into that dark warehouse, or you're seeing your character do these amazing things, and you're telling your own story for yourself, which we really love.
Okay. All right. So let's say that I'm a completionist. So can I, as a player with my character, pick up from any season, or do all older edition seasons need to be transposed into newer ones?
So the characters from the previous editions don't port very well, which is the thing that we ran into. We tried it when we went from 4th to 5th, where you could port your old character over and run them as a Prime runner. For 6, we just decided you have to create a 6th edition character from scratch, and then you can play any of the 6th edition missions other than Neo Tokyo, because Neo Tokyo is kind of weird. So any of the 6th edition missions that were written for 6th edition, from here all the way to the end of the edition, somewhere a decade from now, you're going to be able to play your character in any of those missions, and it's legal.
Okay. So I get the difficulty of transposing like not only the season and the missions themselves into sixth from previous editions, but also the character. Like it makes sense that, okay, at least start over your character. But is there a place people can go if they do want to play like older missions that do get transposed into the newer ones?
Usually they'll be sold as PDFs, and so you can run them at home. And it doesn't necessarily mean you can take your character to a convention. Some of the things we do is to make it fair and to make it a little bit more balanced, because there are definitely qualities of a Shadowrunner which may make them antisocial, or people that are lone wolves or wouldn't play well with others. We sometimes have to outlaw some of those abilities from the book, so you can't just build anything. But if you buy the PDF and you've got a bunch of friends and you want to run that adventure at home, absolutely you can run it at home. You don't have to make it missions legal, especially if it's older edition stuff as well. I know on Drive-Thru RPG they've got all of the earlier missions, other than like the very, very first season. I don't think those ever got printed to PDF. But I want to say 4th edition and 5th edition has the full complete set. Although I take that back. We're currently working on getting the Neo Tokyo ones out.
Okay.
I'm working with Jason on that to get those finalized. And we've got the art. I think the art's nearing completion somewhere for like the season 9 ones, and then we'll get started on season 10. But it is a long, hard process to make sure that we get it out and lay out to PDF.
Cool. Okay.
But in terms of 6th edition, right now the only way to play them is going to be at conventions until we get through our backlog of season 9 and season 10, and then those will go out to PDF as well.
Okay, so kind of spinning off that, then what makes something missions legal as characters or as a mission?
So we'll start with the mission. So they're written by a group of missions writers. So we've got a set that we have. Typically what I'll do is I will make a call generally a little bit before Origins. Hey, I need writers. This is how many slots I have. Please submit a sample and we'll go pick the 8 writers that we're going to need for this year. Because of COVID, everything got shuffled. And so I don't need writers for next year. I happen to have a whole set of writers for next year, but the year after I'm going to make another call for writers. For your character, we have an SRM guide, which is almost a book in and of itself. Right now, I think it weighs in at about 65 pages long, and it goes through like the first part of it's actually guidance for GMs, like how to handle really weird situations, like what happens if somebody tosses an entire bandolier of grenades into a crowd? What do you do? Because we've seen these things at tables, and we want to really help the GM sort of navigate these difficult sort of things and handle it roughly the same from table to table. Because the last thing a player wants to hear is, hey, I was allowed to do this at table X, but now you're saying that I can't do it at table Y. So we have a bunch of those guidance for GMs, but then we have a whole bunch of things around like, hey, this one like gun doesn't exist. You can't use it. Sorry, it's not balanced, and it throws things off. So we remove a couple things for balance. Like an example would be for the Street Weird, the magic book. We didn't allow players to take the ability to have inhabitation spirits, because inhabitation spirits are evil and should really be reserved only for evil NPCs. Because what you're doing is you're shoving a spirit into another person and basically taking over their body and pushing their spirit out. So it's one of those like mind control things, which, I mean, it gets into really sensitive topics. Mind control. There's a lot of really dark, rough edges to the Shadowrunner universe, and we try to keep it as family friendly as possible, even though you're hardened criminals.
That makes sense for missions in a con atmosphere, and you never know who's going to be sitting at the table, and so that makes sense. So what are some of the big story arcs of recent years, and how have they affected the lore of Shadowrun overall?
Probably the biggest one was Chicago, where ultimately you had this part of the setting that had been nuked because of bug spirits, and then sort of left idle for a couple decades. And when we revisited it to tell the story, basically you had the corpse, these big, dystopian corporations that may resemble some of our very largest corporations, were attempting to reclaim parts of the city. And they were hiring runners to go in and sometimes falsifying ownership records or any of these really probably less than stellar activities. And that slowly rolled into the fact that, hey, by the way, spoilers, there are bug spirits that are still there, which was the reason for the nuke. And now you've got to deal with it, or somebody's going to come in and nuke the place. And so what ended up happening was we had this big, massive conclusion where the runners had the chance to either prevent the bug spirits from taking over Chicago and preventing another nuke, or if they failed, like they were, and we got this buy off through all of the rest of the Shadowrun writers, we were going to nuke Chicago. And we tallied up the results from all of the tables we ran at Origins and Gen Con, and sure enough, the runners won in most of the tables. There were definitely a lot of in the overall, like a lot of folks that didn't quite make it through, or Chicago didn't make it in their storyline, but the sum was that Chicago survived.
Yeah, that was that was like my first or second year really getting into the Shadowrun community and missions. And since we have some time, we're firing through these questions. Some of the lore of Chicago, and next week for Rules of Cool, we'll be talking with some of the fiction writers of Shadowrun, and they'll be telling stories as well. But after Chicago was nuked for these bug spirits, and then it's what's called a containment zone, where the radiation is very high and it's a radius around downtown Chicago, and going in there, like, it's a very lawless area. So kind of any rules go. No cops are going to show up if you're in the containment zone or the CZ. And that was something that whole plot was really neat, because at that finale, when what you're doing is going to impact the lore of the game and canon, but also like doing the finale when every other table around you is also doing the finale, and like hearing how many different tables have characters that are burning edge. We talked a little bit about edge last week as kind of a luck mechanic in Shadowrun 5, and I'm not sure if this is still the case in 6. You can tell me, but you spend edge to spend your luck and stuff like that. But if you're dying, you can save your character by burning edge. And that way, that edge, so if I have 4 edge and I burn an edge, I now have 3 edge forever, unless I spend karma on more. So that was
burning edge is still there.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
That was such a scary thing to hear how many edge were collected at the end of that session.
I think at my table alone, we went through 15 edge. It was an epic battle. I mean, they came out on top, but like they went through multiple characters worth of edge on that one.
Wow.
And so we finished Chicago, right? And then we went to Neo Tokyo, where we started to tell the story of runners on the street dealing with the Yakuza. And then we were moving up towards dealing with some of the smaller corporations, and we're going to move on to megacorps and then get into the government aspects of it. Unfortunately, that one was cut short. We do know that the players had sort of this drastic like change in directions, which I know some didn't expect it, where you go from this Wild West sort of Chicago CZ to, hey, you're firing that gun? Like, by the way, there's a camera on every block. There's a watcher spirit all over the place. This is a police state. Like, if you're going to do things, you've got to keep it on the down low and really get into the black trench coat style of play, as opposed to the pink mohawk style of play. And I enjoyed it. I like having both of those styles available, but I know that some struggled a little bit with that.
Yeah, I remember that next season, things that you could get away with in Chicago were just not the case anymore in Neo Tokyo. You cast a spell outside and someone somewhere saw it, and now the authorities are on their way. Um, and same thing, you want to go anywhere, you cannot be armed. So that was, a big change. And when it entirely changes your methods and way of thinking about a run, it's hard to adjust to that.
Well, and as the setting goes, one of the interesting things is you've got these cities that are actually police states. And so if you run in London, or if you run in Neo Tokyo, or if you run in Manhattan, like these are police states. You can't get away with anything unless you really know the area and you can start moving in the shadows much more effectively. There's places like the CZ or the QZ for Boston, or the Sox, which is outside of London. Like these are parts of the setting where it's the Wild West. The police don't go there. There's no security teams. Like you just deal with gangers, which will fit that pink mohawk style of play. And then you get in between, like Seattle sort of being the home of Shadowrun. You get this sort of mirror shades where you've got a little bit of pink mohawk, you've got a little bit of black trench coat. And it really is what you want to make of it as a player and as a GM, which I deeply love. I think that's so much fun.
Yeah, I feel like everyone tries to be black trench coat until you plan and you try to get everything so covert and it all goes to hell. So you just blow it all up, right?
There's also a general trend that I've seen, which is you start the game. The first 2 hours is black trench coat, and then you run out of time, right? Like you realize your slot at a convention's almost out. So, all right, I guess we're going loud, and you go straight into pink mohawk.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced those missions.
But looking at iconic, because we talk about iconic locations, right? Like you've got these long-term like parts of the story. I mean, Shadowrun's been around for 30 some odd years. So you'll find within Seattle, we're gonna probably visit the old Renraku Arcology, which has a long and storied history. It's been, 24 years since the bad things happened in the Arcology, so things are different. But you get a chance to be there, you get a chance to experience it, you get a chance to impact like how it's run.
Yeah, that's definitely neat. So, all right, let's say that we have sold everyone in our chat on Shadowrun missions. Where can our viewers go to build a character and start playing?
All right, so the first thing to do is you're going to need the SRM guide. We're on version 1.6 now, which we try to release them shortly after new books come out. We're usually really good about that in the winter, but when it gets to con season, it's really hard for me to do the conventions and also try to update for the latest and greatest books. So usually we have a little bit of downtime there. That's linked off of the Shadowrun Missions Facebook page. It's probably one of the best ways to get a hold of things. I also post it in the Shadowrun tabletop forums and also at Shadowrun Missions Online. And so any of those three places are great places to get a hold of the guide, which is just a Dropbox that I put out there for anybody to go grab.
Ava is our moderator tonight in Twitch chat. So Ava, if you wouldn't mind finding some of those links and dropping them, that'd be great.
I might have, I usually write up a script that I use when I drop new links into any of those locations. I bet you somewhere I've got a notepad that already has that. Hopefully it's not too long.
I know if you're on Facebook, you can just search Shadowrun Missions and find it very easily. And Shadowrun Missions Online, that's what, $5 a session or something like that?
I think they just reduced it. I think it's down to $2.50.
Oh, wow. So very accessible way to play. And you don't have to find a group or a GM. You just make your character and you can go, which is nice.
And they're super helpful. So they've got a ton of GMs in there. Not as many as they need. Let's put it that way. They're always looking for more GMs. So if you ever want to be a Catalyst demo agent and run missions there, they're always looking for more. And you get the sort of side benefit of if you decide to go to the big cons, you do get a hotel, right? Like there's a huge advantage of getting a hotel when trying to find one when you go to Gen Con. So if that's one of the things you desire, like they're always looking for agents. But they also, like, all those GMs are great at helping players build new characters that are missions legal, and usually that are a little bit optimized. We have a thriving community of min-max munchkins.
Totally. There was a reason for my character creation session. I asked for Hal. I was like, make me really cool.
Yeah, Amber's character, we may have gotten a lot of dice for that fire harms ability.
Excellent. So. Excellent. I can't wait to see her use it.
But yeah, there's a lot of tricks to making it's hard to build characters, right? Like it's a crunchy system. It's one of those things like, and at conventions we do build a runner workshops. So it's 2 hours. We've got a GM. Usually it's 4 players, and they're walking you through how to build a character. Like, what do you think a good dice pool is? Which, by the way, as a hint, it's at least 12. But if you make a suboptimal character, it's okay. Shadowrun Missions is written where you don't need to have dice pools of 12. You can get away with a dice pool of 9 and still be able to be okay through the mission. It really wanted to be approachable.
Yeah, definitely. So what do you play a mission? So great. I saved the world in Chicago. What happens at the end of the session? You get certain rewards, and what do they mean? It's karma, new yen, favor points, heat, and reputation.
There are a lot of things to sort of keep track of. Like if I look at a more traditional D20 system, right? Like you get XP and you get gold, maybe you get some gear, right? So the main sort of spendable resources that you get as a Shadowrunner is first and foremost karma. Karma is your XP. You use that, you spend it on improving your character skills, or you may improve your attributes. Like let's say you want to take your agility from 4 to 5. That's going to cost a big chunk of karma. The next thing that you're going to get is new yen. New yen is a monetary payment. So, and that includes things that you've stolen and fenced. That includes bonus activities, because sometimes you'll have a mission where somebody will send you on a side quest that also pays out a little extra. Generally, you're going to see in a mission anywhere from 5 to 7 karma, and from 5,000 up to probably 9 or 10,000 new yen. Generally, the ranges you're going to see. But you'll use that on gear, which could be, cyberware, bioware, a new gun, some ammo, maybe another med kit because you ran out of charges on your med kit. But bigger yet, you're going to have to pay for your lifestyle every month. Because if you don't pay for your lifestyle, you're out on the street. And that has some negative ramifications to your character. You don't start a mission with edge when you're living on the street. You had to spend that edge just to stay alive. And so when you start a mission, you have to accrue it, which is a little bit more difficult. So,
oh, wow. Neat.
Making sure, you want to make sure you have low lifestyle at least for playing SRM. Favor points. So whenever you do something for an NPC, you're going to earn favors with them. And so really the best way to think about it is one favor. You could earn 1 to 3 favor points. That's a little favor, a middle favor, and a big favor. And you can choose to either spend those favors to get reduction on costs for gear, get free information, because sometimes you need legwork as part of the mission. And sometimes you can just turn that in for loyalty. And so you can say, look, yeah, you don't owe me a favor. I think having you as a contact is a much more valuable thing to me than you owing me a favor. And loyalty has its own impacts on the game. So you can earn better pay. You can fence things for more money when you have better loyalty. So really, it's a lot of choices you have to make in terms of what you want to do with that reward.
Cool.
The last 2 are heat and reputation. They're hard to call rewards. They're a little bit like penalties in a way. So heat is you've done some illegal things, right? And there's cameras all over the place. There's just people on the street that may see you coming through. There's Probably somebody with the camera on their car happened to pick it up when you were walking through with your gigantic claymore sword on your back. Basically, you're slowly accruing all of these little data points. And if you accrue enough of them, at the end of the session, you gain a point of heat. And heat starts to get hot when it goes bad for long enough. So eventually, you're in the area. The police are just going to automatically send a high threat response team, and those are the basically SWAT teams. Another one is they could burn your sin. They could trace all of this down to say, like, this sin was at this location and is clearly somebody that's criminal. You can't use that sin anymore. So there goes 10,000 new yen out the door, because sins aren't cheap.
And sins are like your IDs, your fake IDs.
System identification number.
Yeah.
So you can get a fake, and Shadowrunners don't use real ones if they're good. I'm just kidding. But most of them will have a fake. And you can't get anything if you don't even have a fake sin, right? You can't buy a comlink. You can't go to a restaurant. Like, all your financials, all of your access is really tied to that sin. And then the last reward is reputation. And it's not really used heavily in SRM, at least for Seattle. You will definitely see it more heavily used as we get past Seattle. Where we have a little bit more of a chance to build up all of the different factions that would be in play. I don't think definitely my fault on this one. Like, we didn't spend a lot of time building up the factions and seeing how reputation would fit with them. But what it really stands for is, what a given faction thinks about you. Like, is it a positive sort of influence, or is it negative? And that really is going to play an impact on, do you gain edge whenever you talk to somebody from that faction, or do they gain edge against you?
Oh, neat. Okay.
And so
I kind of like
fun.
that change with reputation. It's which used to be street cred, correct?
Yep.
So it's like that do people want to work with you? And
of all the 5th edition stuff, I think the street cred was probably the most useful. I think public awareness and notoriety was really difficult to use and use effectively. I really like 6th for what they've done with heat and reputation. I think those are just so usable from a GM standpoint and as a writer standpoint as well.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so great. You've got all these rewards, and now you're waiting for the next mission to start. How do you level up between sessions?
So if you're playing a regular game at home, you go through weeks, if not months, of downtime to improve your character. We did a little different. We did things differently for SRM because we knew we didn't have a lot of downtime. Because there's sort of this assumption, like every other week or every 2 weeks, you're going back out on a run so that you can earn some more new yen so you can pay your rent. So we abstracted away that. That's our little homebrew brewed rule in order to handle it. So anytime you have downtime, you get one major downtime action and one minor downtime action, kind of mirroring your action economy from combat, to spend on improving. And if you want to improve attributes, that doesn't cost a downtime action. It's just assume that you as a runner are constantly working to improve yourself. And that when you have the karma, you can spend it and you get the bump. But things like building a lodge takes time. So that's going to be a major downtime action. Going and buying something that you can't necessarily buy easily, maybe that costs a minor to be able to buy it. And so between each mission, you earn these downtime actions that you can then spend.
Neat. That's a big change. I like that, because in the past, it's pretty much just been time, right?
Yeah, and it's not in lockstep. So one of the things we wanted to do from a storytelling standpoint was things occur on specific dates. So if you play that first mission of Seattle, like Seattle has just gone independent. It's 2081. It's the first 2 weeks of January, so it's rainy. It's Seattle. I mean, it's raining even in the summer, but it's more rainy. And you hear, like, written into the adventure, like, hey, St. Louis just went independent as well. And so now you've got sort of this contextual, like, hey, what's happening in the universe when I'm playing these missions?
Yeah.
And so And then I think we wrapped up for Gen Con last year. Last year we played up till mission 8, which means really in universe you're up to like May, early May, late April, and everybody's there. Like all the players are in the same position.
Awesome.
Now CMPs are weird, right? Like their adventures, they're not necessarily written for any given date, and it would throw off the calendar. So if you do a CMP, you just get the rewards. It doesn't negatively impact your timeline. You don't have to buy extra months of rent, because by the way, we abstracted rent too. Every 2 missions, every 2 SRMs, you have to pay rent.
Oh, wow. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense because in the time between getting jobs, usually you're not getting jobs back to back theoretically. And some of those jobs take quite a long time to get legwork and actually complete the assignment. So
yeah, and so most of them are written from the idea that, hey, you've got like 2 or 3, days worth of work, and then you're probably spending the rest of the time healing from your days of work.
Yeah.
Or you're doing downtime, right? Like you want to be able to improve. You want to be able to go buy that thing that you've been saving up for.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to get surgery. Like those are things that are definitely downtime activities.
Yeah, definitely. Neat.
Vacation is important, as somebody put in there.
Yeah, I like that. So we kind of touched on this. So there's really not a time that players max out and become missions illegal anymore, if I'm understanding right.
That's correct. We want characters to keep going forward. So we do things probably that would irk some folks, and we are aware of that. So really, it's balancing out. Do you want to be able to play your character longer, or are you going to be more upset when we put caps on your dice pools? And so that's the trick that we ended up using is, look, you can't have 50 dice. We're just not going to allow it, because it's not fair to, you've got 50 and you're at a table with a noob who's got 12 dice. Like they're going to feel, frankly, not useful.
Yeah.
And so that's the balancing act that we put in place. There still will be differences, right? Like somebody with 35 dice, which I think is last I calculated, that's the biggest dice pool you can have based on our rules. Like, yeah, they're 3 times as good as what a starting player is. But that's probably the closest we can get, and still allow you to keep carrying that character forward. And like I said, we do allow difficulties. So if you want to play at a higher difficulty level, I think we've got 3 difficulty levels that we've got specified in the SRM guide. If you're curious, doing it though adds like 4 extra dice to every NPC and increases like every threshold by 2. Like it starts getting much harder the further up you go.
I wonder if there could be some kind of reward for teamwork too, in terms of like, okay, great, I can negotiate 3 times better than you can, but if I assist you so that you can get that negotiation experience, like it encourages that kind of collaboration and helping each other. And that's kind of a neat thought.
I like that. I love seeing, ultimately when I look at a table, what I want is every player to have a bit of spotlight. And so when we write the missions, we look at the basic archetypes, right? You've got Deckers, you've got Street Sams, you've got Physical Adepts, you've got Mystic Adepts, Mages. Did I say Deckers and Riggers? But we've got these main archetypes within Shadowrun. And we want to be able to make sure that if anybody sits down at the table and they have that archetype, we have a challenge that allows them to shine.
Yeah.
And that it's a challenge that archetype has to be there to shine. You can't have somebody slide in. At the same point, if somebody doesn't sit down with that archetype, we want you to be able to still finish the adventure. Like, oh shoot, we don't have a Decker. Like there goes the mission. So there's always a way to do things without it. But if you're there, it's just easier if you've got that archetype there.
Right.
Is really the crux.
Okay. So what conventions usually host Shadowrun missions that people can attend and play, and where are they?
So the big 2, right? Gen Con and Origins. We've got an army of demo agents usually, although this year I think it's going to be a little bit rough as well. Like COVID is still a thing. And so we're bringing as many agents as are comfortable to be able to go. And I'm not part of that, right? Like I'm a demo agent myself, but we've got the lovely Mary who runs the demo agent group, and she does her best to organize and keep things moving. So there's those two, and then as demo agents, we're encouraged to go to local conventions. So there's conventions like the Midwest Gaming Convention, which is located in Kansas City, I believe. And so there's PAX Unplugged that's located in Philadelphia. And usually we've got a couple demo agents there that will be more than willing to run. Also, there's friendly local game stores. If you've got a question, if there's a demo agent in your area, there's the Catalyst Demo Catalyst Demo Team has a Facebook page, and you can always ask, and usually they'll try to put you in touch with a local demo agent to run games, or maybe there's a local store.
Cool. Yeah, so Rem Alternis is going to be at Origins as a vendor this year. So I'll be popping in just to visit friends to the Shadowrun room. But Gen Con, I have offered up to run some first tastes, which are the 2-hour, learn how to play, like what are the rules. So if you're going to be at Gen Con, come hang out and we'll get you started.
Yeah, I know with an interesting thing when you start looking at the demo agents, they are completely volunteer. And I know we actually have one guy who's written a number of Shadowrun missions. He actually wrote a first taste mission so that if players or if the GMs aren't comfortable just making stuff up on the fly, because not everybody's super comfortable improving. I love improving, but there are a couple missions that as demo agents they have accessible now. So we've been really working on trying to make sure that everybody is really well supported, so that you can run your game with others and just have a good time.
Yeah, one thing I do have to say that was a lot of fun. I've only I'm terrified of GMing Shadowrun because it's a lot of crunch, and I'm more role play than crunch. But when I ran the first taste previously, I just ran a very simple thing, and every table I ran for, it was the same adventure, but they all ended up drastically different based on the ideas that were thrown around the table and the role play and the archetypes that were selected and stuff like that. So that was a really neat experience.
Yeah, hopefully Mike's not watching this, because Mike is the one that schedules us all. I have a deep love of doing first taste because I get to have a different mission all the time. I literally make up a new thing every time I sit down. And I look at what's at the table, and I try to match it to the mood of the table. So maybe they're being hired by this fairly bad gang that wants them to go steal this crate from a warehouse, or maybe they want to sabotage something. But like, do you want it really explosive? Do you want it really like black trench coat? And I really look for matching that mood. Versus sometimes if I'm running Shadowrun missions, I may get the same mission like 6 or 7 times. And it's great because I don't have to prep as much. It's beautiful from that standpoint. But sometimes a little variety is the spice of life. So
yeah, definitely.
First taste is great. I love first taste.
Well, we have just a couple minutes left. So what is a missions adventure that you've run that like turned into a fun story that like is one of your favorite tables that sat down and played a mission with you? What did they do?
There's a group of players that comes to Origins. They always play together. There are 7 of them, so they fill a table. They used to be known as Trolling Thunder, and then they did the Pirates of Pizzazz. I am not sure what they're going to come to future conventions with, but it's usually something way over the top. And so I was running a mission. It was the finale for season 9. And they were playing the Pirates of Pizzazz, and they had pooled their money and bought an airship. And so and what makes it even more funny is, so they had bought 6 of the seats at the table, and the 7th was just somebody who had bought a ticket at the table. So somebody not part of their group. They came over, okay, can we add our 7th in? And yeah, sure, no problem. So we had 8 players. And this person had no idea what they were in for, that one random person. And they come rolling in with the airship. They come kidnap the person that was supposed to die in scene 3, and they roll out of town with him. And so it became this exercise of like, oh my gosh, how do I get this back on the rails? Because we've gone so far off the reservation. Like, I have no idea how we're going to handle it. It was great fun. They were a blast. They just come to have a great time. And really that's what I'm looking for. Like, you've got a bunch of players that have a problem to solve, and they come together and they come up with these crazy creative solutions, and it's just so fun to see. The Seven Dwarves at least one year. Loper's in the chat. He mentions they have come as the Seven Dwarves. Can you hear me?
Are after us.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I can hear Sarah.
Still can't hear. This is going great.
Oh no.
Okay, I can hear you a little bit, but there might be an echo with my speakers. Let's see here.
It's like sound inception.
All right. Well, what I'll do, I can't hear. So what I'll do instead is thank Aaron for. Thank you so much, Aaron. I always love hanging out and talking with you. Aaron is like a mentor to me. So we've worked closely with Rem Alternis and stuff like that. So it's really cool to see his love of Shadowrun and the reason we met come into his mission developer role. So thank you so much for joining me. We are getting close to the top of the hour anyway. But thank you again for your tireless work as missions developer. And I can't wait to see what is to come at convention season this year.
Thank you.
All right, so up next is episode 2 of Shadowrun's 6th World, Emerald's Lich, and the Case of the Beleaguered Professor. Don't forget that we have a wonderful partner and sponsor in Catalyst Game Labs, and we'll be hosting a giveaway this week for a PDF of Shadowrun 6th World Seattle Edition. You can enter to win by typing #RemPC in the chat. That gets you 1 entry. And you can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/Nguyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep us producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the Shadowrunner of their choice. So definitely check it out. And please, please, please remember to go check out the Kickstarter for Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, an RPG about teen angst, friendship, and rebellion. Stand up to authority and fight injustice with a rules-light, highly narrative, and story-focused game. It's now live on Kickstarter at www.remalternis.com/misspent-youth. Thank you all for joining, and we'll see you next time, where we'll talk with some of the best storytellers and writers of Shadowrun 6th World and hear more about the lore of the world of Shadowrun. Later on PCs.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities remade. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to part 2 of our series premiere of our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World Emerald Glitch. I'm your GM, Bob Dr. Meat Grinder Loper, and I'm in part 2 of The Case of the Beleaguered Professor. We are picking up 2 weeks ago with one of our returning cast members. And so we begin 2 weeks ago in a cable raceway. So Fisher is stuck, suspended in midair in a vertical cable raceway at the University of Washington, or UW. Fisher, you've infiltrated the campus to do a data tap for some corp-sponsored research. Everything was going smoothly until your harness broke. Apparently, it wasn't rated for troll weight. So you dropped a story or two before you managed to sort of stick your arms out and sort of wrench yourself into stopping along this vertical cable raceway. And so you're kind of stuck there with your arms really unable to move properly. And of course, I mean, this place is pretty small anyway. So first of all, I'll ask you to introduce yourself. And then introduce your character, Fisher, and tell me why he's doing this data tap.
Awesome. So, hey everybody, my name is Randy Alvarenga. I'm a professional actor and TTRPG streamer out here in the Pacific Northwest. So Seattle is actually my home. So this is fun to do. And then I'm playing Fisher, who is a troll decker. So he is about 6 foot, about 200 meters tall, or not meters. Yeah, no, I don't remember. I hate math and I hate all those things. Anyway, he's tall. and kind of more lanky for a troll, so still kind of big to the average person, but cool. And he is dressed in a all black tank, like trench coat with blue sort of cyber lining on it. He looks like he has some ways to take care of himself, and he's sitting here with this harness on, sort of mumbling to himself about how he thought he had paid good money and that it should have been good for a troll and it wasn't, and how dare the salesman at that store do that to him.
And is there anything specific that you're looking for in this data tab?
Oh yeah, I'm looking for pay data from some of the corporations who are doing some, like they're sponsoring research here at the university. I tend to be good with getting information. Not necessarily the sneakiest being as big as I am, but definitely if you put me in the right place and there's a computer there, I can usually try to do something to get something.
So you're the Matrix guy then.
I am
right.
At least a guy who spends most of his time on the Matrix. Yes.
Yeah. So your Mr. Johnson has hired you to grab a specific file on some sponsored research, and you've retrieved that. You've retrieved a copy of that file. Resides in your cyberjack at the moment, and you're kind of on your way out. So as somebody said in the chat earlier on, it's black trench coat going in, pink mohawk coming out. But you're sort of wondering, you're thinking about how you want to sort of wrench yourself out of here, and you hear some rattling. Kind of behind you, as an access panel gets pulled, and you hear somebody say, "Hang on a minute, I'll help you get out of there." And you see, as you sort of wrench your head up, you see these tiny hands come in and sort of grab you by the scruff of your, like the collar of your coat, to try to give you some leverage to get out. So these are smaller hands than even humans. So to you, these are very tiny hands.
Right. Like, is it a lot of me doing the work and just trying to like?
It's a lot. It's a lot of. There was a little bit of him sort of repositioning you a little bit, but mostly it's you doing the hard work of getting out.
Yeah, but
And
I'm very thankful. Thankful and also really confused at who this would be. So as I pull myself up with his help, I would just be really ready to like knock him down and like run if I need to, but like kind of cautious because this is someone who's just helped me. So cautious and very wary about what's going on.
All right. So the two of you sort of get you out into this access panel is essentially along the floor of a university hallway. And as you're coming out, he says, "Let me guess, they stuffed you in here, didn't they? Another football prank."
He sort of laughs and then shakes his head and he's like, yeah, those guys, they have no chill at all.
Well, at least you had enough chill. I guess it could have been a little further way down.
Yeah, very lucky. I don't think I caught your name. And I'm just being very faux thankful.
Redstone, Professor Redstone.
Professor Redstone. Right.
And as you sort of pull yourself to your full height, this guy is a gnome.
Yeah.
So he might come up to about your knee.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. I will watch out for.
Let me help you out. And he sort of walks toward where you think an exit would be.
Right.
And you see a security guard down at the end. And he's sort of going on about some basically talking about how he was bullied when he was in college, and they stuffed him in lockers all the time. And he's got his comm link, and he's sort of smacking his comm link. And the two of you walk basically right by the security guard, and he says, "Hey, Jim, this is James. He got pranked," and sort of leads you straight past the guard.
Okay. Whoa. Thanks. Yeah. Us guys who get picked on have to stick together, eh? And
Yeah.
I pat him on the shoulder.
And by now he's paying more attention to his comm link at this point, because he's like tumbling it about, and you see he's rebooted it at least once.
What seems to be the matter there?
Oh, I downloaded this new OS, and the thing, I think it's been hacked. That new OS patch really introduces some vulnerabilities here.
Yeah,
and it reboots it again.
Yeah. Would I have heard about that specific patch having those exact issues, or like?
Oh yeah. It's probably something you would have exploited in a different position.
Right. Is there a way for me to see? Like, I would be like, hey, can I have a second to look at that really quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can make a matrix perception test.
Oh, yay.
This will be electronics plus intuition.
Electronics plus intuition. So this is my first time ever trying to roll anything in Shadowrun, so I'm very excited. Matrix in a.
So just you can just make an electronics roll.
An electronics roll. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to find out where everything is. There's a lot of stuff on this character sheet.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like willpower, logic. I see all those. I don't think I see electronics.
It'll be
skills.
Yeah, it'll be a skill.
Cool.
And there should just be a button you can press for that. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so this comm link has definitely been hacked on at least one occasion. You do notice, so it's a Transys Avalon, so it's more or less top of the line for comm links. But I mean, even the top of the line comm link is not really good against a dedicated hacker,
especially if they know like the specific exploits.
Yeah. This comm link has, you estimate, about 6 boxes of matrix damage.
All right.
And has been link locked. So it's actively preventing rebooting.
I would hand it back to the professor and go, looks like someone link locked your comm system here.
Well, thanks for giving it a look. I guess you know what? In physics, we install a switch on these things. I guess I'll go do that.
Good luck.
You too. Try not to get stuffed in any cable raceways.
Yeah, will do. It's not my favorite thing or place to be.
Nice to meet you, James. And he sort of trundles off.
Where did he get the name James from? And then I just continue walking.
It's a name he just pulled out of the air, apparently. Because you don't remember giving him a name.
Yeah, no, I did it. I'm now James, at least to him, and that's fine. Yeah, I would just sort of put my hand back in my pocket, make sure I have the data chip with the information I came here to get. Fill it in there.
You have it.
And feel excited and mosey on across.
Get your payday.
Yep.
All right, so that brings us to our present day. We're in the middle, as a team, we are in the middle of a run. The rest of our intrepid runners have already met Dr. Redstone. They were hired by Toil last week to find out what's been happening to him. Because all they know is he showed up with a favor chip. And apparently he got this favor chip from somebody whom he did a favor. Somebody who came by and asked him to decrypt a file. And so you guys have been sort of wandering around. You did a stop at his apartment. You were discussing some things, looking through some things, and you found out that there were a bunch of bugs and cameras installed in that apartment. And while Dr. Redstone was in the shower, that's when the frog spirit appeared. And our intrepid mage realized that she had taken spirit bane beasts. And then there were shots fired by somebody. I won't say whom.
A couple somebodies,
yeah. And so, yeah, there were multiple shots fired. And you guys decided to get out of there before the police arrived. Because it's not like high-end, like upper lifestyle, but it's a solid middle lifestyle with possibly perks. And it's in Bellevue, so even on the outskirts of Bellevue, it's a nice community.
It's the kind of neighbors who call the police when they hear gunshots.
That's right. It's not the Barrens where you expect to hear gunfire. So you guys have also been wandering around in ride shares, because only one of you has a vehicle, and that's a motorcycle. Your next stop was the Soy Bucks, where Material Girl had encountered Professor Redstone a couple of days before. And there was an incident with a barista who apparently quit that very day, that very hour. And apparently, so you found out that the cup that was served to the gnome 2 days ago was apparently laced with drugs. You found out that there was a group of 4 runners. You think your opposite number potentially in a beat up car outside of a decent but touristy Italian restaurant, which we'll call Dominic's. The name that came to mind. And you were considering how to bug the car. You also remember that they had an argument and then went into the restaurant. So we pick up with Violet. Your comm rings. Just as you're sort of you're getting dressed and walking out of the restroom, because you remember you put on some of the gnome's clothes, basically dressing to cause trouble. So your comm rings, and the comm code reads toil.
I'll definitely answer that.
Hey, how are things going?
Well, it turns out there's some sort of bug-in system happening here, and maybe some other folks who are looking to make a little cash like us. So we're trying to get over there, but it's proven to be a bit of a challenge trying to find someplace clean for our friend here.
All right. I have somebody who can help you with that. I've just hired you some Matrix support. Goes by the name of Fisher. And you'll be pleased to know he has his own vehicle.
Well, that sounds just peachy.
So if you let me know where you are, I'll send him right over.
I'll send my location.
Okay. So Fisher, you've been hired. You've been told about this Professor Redstone, this gnome, and all the memories come flooding back of that incident 2 weeks ago. Like, hey, I met that guy. But you were told about all the things that happened at the club, and that the only vehicle the group had, as far as Oil knew, was a single motorcycle.
Well, I mean, I guess it's good that they gave me a call then.
Yep.
Yeah. I would drive over. If they're in Bellevue, I know the area pretty well. So I would go a longer way to get there so that it's not like super obvious I'm driving straight from my house to like right in front of where they are. And then you would see him pull up in a little van, a Volkswagen Crime 4, with a very spacious driver's seat. Not particularly good at driving himself, but the car is. And so he's in the car, and it's just sort of cruises into a spot, and he gets out, looks around, and knocks on the door.
And you've seen Violet in action before. She's played the club a couple of times. And the rest of you guys, the Volkswagen Crime 4 is essentially the 2080s version of the microbus. The Crime 4 is the troll variant, where the front seats have been converted into a single troll-sized seat. And of course, it's emblazoned with the crime logo. Because you got to get that marketing.
Yeah, it is hard for trolls to find a ride share that'll fit them.
Yeah.
I feel like someone calls shotgun. Oh.
Yeah, so this microbus pulls up, and this troll steps out. And Violet, you recognize him. You've seen him in the audience before. And you guys are sort of still in or around that soy box.
I thought we were at the parking lot of the restaurant.
We were talking about heading that way.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Violet, you know him, so I'll let you.
Yeah. I knock on the door. I guess Violet is there. Hello. I'm looking for. And then he realizes he's seen Violet. Have I seen you before? Somewhere?
And watch me play some of my music sometimes. I'm much appreciated.
You're right. I'm a huge fan. Oh my God. I wasn't expecting this. You know that last song that I heard people talking about, the one about the shuffer stack employee. Remember that?
I do. It's about 2 people like it now, and you're one of them.
Yes. All right. Well, I guess, but I was told there were more people than just you. And he sort of tries to look behind you. Your friends in there?
Well, yeah, come on in. I'll introduce you to my new friends.
All right. And he sort of ducks under the doorway, being careful for his horns.
And she holds the door for him.
So if you guys would like to describe yourselves once more, as this person is just meeting you for the first time. We'll start with Nova, who is a Stuffer Shack employee apparently.
Yes. Hello. I look like a young adult elf, and I'm wearing a Stuffer Shack jacket with a little name tag.
What does it say again?
It says "bye" over the word "hello," and it says, "My name is Nova."
I just noticed your new patch too. I love it.
Yes, you can order many wonderful things from a great website called The Geek Forge, run by our very own Jen.
The Geek Forge, right? Because in my ears I heard the Kink Forge, and that is
Why I
No,
kind of heard the
it's
same thing. It was
The
not.
Geek Forge. English isn't my first language. Fun fact.
Somebody better put that link in chat quick.
I'm sorry.
excellent.
I wasn't gonna call her out, but I'm glad you did. Yeah.
So next we have Material Girl.
Yes, Material Girl is currently gritting her teeth at somebody else being recognized for musical achievement, and I'm going completely unfond over. But Material Girl is another elf wearing actioneer business clothes. Yeah, I'm just confused. I'm mixed up on the timeline. So we're still at the Starbucks or Stoybucks. Yeah, would still be in the actioneer business clothes. Jacket, very prim, custom fit. Doesn't look much like a Shadowrunner. It looks more like a rich businesswoman who would be in a Starbucks or a Soybucks.
And then we have Curie.
Curie is a brunette wearing a armored lab coat with like very obvious biomonitor on the front and back panel. That's all she's got, so that's fine. She is human and kind of side-eyes you judgmentally before turning away, leaning down to the empty space next to her, whispering something, grabbing something, and then handing you what materializes into a comm link and saying, checklist for bugs and marks.
Oh.
You're handing
Where
him
I'm from, people say please, but
So you're handing him Redstone's comm link?
Yeah.
Okay. So you sort of peer over because, well, you have the height, and you do see down there. There's a height difference between her and him as well, but you see Professor Redstone down there, and so she hands you the comm link, and true to his word, this comm link, it looks like the same Transys Avalon, but on the back there's definitely been a physical switch wired into it.
he actually tried to do it. All right. And you see him sort of take. He turns around, and on his back is a cyber deck that he sort of has attached. Newer cyber decks don't need a physical keyboard, but he's decided he likes it, and so he's got one on his back, and he starts trying to go to work on at least trying to figure out. I mean, I've seen this before. I have an idea of what it is, but is there anything I can do to try to check it for bugs? Actually, I have a bug sweeper, I think. Yeah, bug scanner.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the bug scanner.
How do I do that?
Which I believe is you roll the
Electronics.
It's an electronics check with a point. You get a point of edge for having the bug scanner.
Got it. Okay. So electronics. How do I add? In mod, I would imagine. So 1 for that.
Well, no, you just get a point of edge.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's 5. And then electronics.
Okay.
Or hits.
So you see the same as you do your electronics check and doing some matrix perception as well. You definitely see the same sort of matrix damage as before.
Mm-hmm.
The same link lock, which apparently is why the physical switch has been installed. You do see inside. You detect inside the casing there is a bug.
All right. Yeah, this is definitely bugged. And I'm not the best person, probably. I can look at stuff, but I don't know if I could actually fix this right now. Can I? I don't know if I can fix it. I'm just kind of talking.
Maybe the table at the soy bucks isn't the best place to take this thing apart, but you could probably do that.
Okay, cool. Then I would say that instead. Maybe not the best place here, but definitely we should get somewhere where I can get some work done on it.
I'm assuming you have an electronics toolkit, right?
I believe I have. No, I don't. I don't have that. Apparently, I needed to buy one.
Okay. Add that to your shopping list.
Yep, will do.
One of the things you can do, Randy, as well is, and shut me up if you don't want to hear it, but you can check if the bug is a physical tracker that someone puts on something.
Right.
But you can also check online to see like how people like go log into your camera and stuff when you're not there, or
Like
you're
virtually access it, so I could
you
try
can
to turn
check
it off
both
in that way. Could I try?
You could turn the bug off within that way, but there might also be a trace, not just the physical bug, but there might be a trace software-wise as well.
See, this is why we talk with our friends, because we don't know all the cool things we can do. So,
send me your address, because I'm going to send you the Dark Resonance book.
Yeah. All right, will do. So I'm going to start with that because I mean, if I can just like check on the the web somewhere. So I'd look around. I'd ask if there's a place in the back that I could use. Because wait, none of us work here. We're just hanging out here. Is that what's happening?
Just hanging out here, apparently.
Cool. I'm gonna go back to my car and we can get ready to go wherever we want. But I'm gonna sort of look into this, and so I'm gonna go in my car and plug in.
If we want, the people following us haven't seen him yet. I'm saying this after you walk out and people are like the rest of everyone is gathering up. But if you want, I can maybe go to the restroom, make us all invisible, and then nobody sees us get in the car with him. Might be useful. Yes,
That
no.
doesn't sound like a bad idea to me.
Sure.
Well, I'll be riding the motorcycle anyway, so it'd probably be better if I'm not invisible.
All right, fine. Ladies. Gesturing to Violet and Nova, not to discount Material Girl as a lady.
All right.
I'm a superstar. I'm not a lady.
You're a superstar?
Well, former.
Oh.
Do we refresh Edge each session, Bob, or no?
Yes, we will. So yeah, if you're down Edge from your Edge attribute, you regain back to your Edge attribute.
And if you're over, you dump.
If you're over, you don't. If you have more than your Edge attribute, you can keep it for now, because we're still in the middle of an episode.
Okay. I'm going to cast those two real quick and take my drain.
Okay. So you're casting
Invisibility 3 times.
So on you, on Violet, and on
Nova.
On Nova. Oh, because so that's right, because you already had improved visibility on Dr. Redstone.
Right. You got it. So let's see how big my headache gets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to cast all 3, and then I'll take the drain on all 3. Well, I should,
So you've got,
in case I pass out.
So that'll be 4 spells total.
Yep, and I have focus concentration 3?
3, yes. So the fourth one will still be cast at no penalty, but you'll be at -2 after that.
Right. So, and I did have increased reflexes and armor up as well, so I'll drop those 2 for right now just to get us to the car.
Okay.
All right, so to roll.
I like the way Bob rubbed his hands. So, you know what? I might bail.
You might what?
I might bail on going invisible.
I mean, you wouldn't
I'm
see
scared.
God
I'm
go
so
like this.
scared. I'm so scared.
Hit. Increased area, no. All right, there's the first one. So I got 4 hits. And then my drain. Boop. 3, so
You're taking 1 drain, it looks like.
I will spend 2 edge to change a 4 to a 5.
Okay. Because you already have some drain, as I recall.
Oh yeah, so I'm
some damage.
I'm being careful. I'm gonna try. All right, number 2.
Okay.
Is where's my spell? Improve, that's why. Alphabets are hard. Okay, submit. Drain, okay, 5 hits. Drain is 4. Rerolling drain. Okay, I'm fine. And lastly, making myself invisible. Boop. Boop, boop. 3 hits. And my last drain.
Okay. Came out of that pretty well.
Nobody can see me dust my shoulder off, but...
So did you just do this thing where, like, you and somebody went to the restroom?
Yep.
And then you do this sort of rotating thing?
Yep.
Okay.
So if anybody's witnessing, then they just think that, like, I'm still going.
The restroom is bigger on the inside.
Yeah, you know.
All right, so the 5 of you, find your way out to the van. Whereas anybody looking on, it's just the one of you. But suspiciously, the side door sort of slides open, and you do feel the slight rumble as people get in. And the door closes.
I just assume that if Violet is concerned, she will communicate, because speaking to the troll is beneath me. Not because you're a troll, because you're a man.
Because I'm a man. It's fine. It's fine. No offense taken. So sort of the van shakes and he goes, all right, I will be right back. And he reaches into the dashboard, grabs a piece for his cyberjack, and he's about to go into the matrix to try and find this bug and get rid of it before we drive it around town.
All right. So are you just trying to disable it, or are you trying to trace it?
I'm trying to disable it.
Okay. So you can...
well, why don't I try tracing it? Oh, see, I'm nervous about it. Let's try tracing it, and then let's try to destroy it. At worst case scenario, destroy. As soon as bad stuff happens. Cool.
So in order to trace it, you're going to have to gain some access to it.
Right.
Which means you're going to have to either probe it or brute force hack it.
Mm-hmm. And probing it, what is that?
Probe is sort of the slow hack, looking for back doors.
Yeah, let's do that.
The brute force is you just bust in like Kool-Aid Man.
Yep. No, I want to at least start this subtle. So I would want to probe it a little bit. Can I use one of my programs, which is like, I guess, search or something? Or wait, do I have a search? I don't remember. One of my programs, I have a lot of them.
So things you might want to use, like if you have the overclock program, that adds 2 dice.
Yeah. Okay.
Exploit reduces the defense rating of your hacking target.
Yeah, let's do that one. Let's reduce the rating to
And you
hack
can use multiple programs.
it. Okay.
Your Cyberjack has a maximum number of program slots.
Right.
What rating is your? Oh, sorry, it's based
a
on your
rating
Cyberdeck.
4. My cyber deck. My
Yeah.
cyber deck has a rating 4, 8
Okay.
active programs at once.
Yeah, so you can have 8 programs loaded and ready to go.
Cool. So let's do the overclock one to add some more dice,
Mm-hmm.
and the one I don't remember which one you said.
What is it? Exploit, which reduces its defense rating.
Yep.
All right. So you're gonna make a let's see, probe. It's gonna be a cracking test with a modifier of +2. That's the 2 dice you're getting from overclock, and
Right.
you gain a point of edge from
just doing it because I'm.
you gain a point of edge from. Let's see. You have analytic mind, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you gain an edge from that. You gain an edge from the fact that your hacking rating is way greater than its defense rating.
Awesome. Cool.
So you gain 2 edge, and that's the maximum you can gain on an action.
Okay. And do you know where in the book the Matrix edge actions were? I'm blanking on the page.
So am I. Yeah. But I think I
see. I'm still learning how to play this, and if I can do it, you can too.
Page 175.
Thank you. I have the Matrix chapter on, but I knew I needed that as well. Cool. Awesome. Does not increase OS.
Yeah, under the radar is a nice one.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and since I just get edge a lot for doing hacking stuff, can I just use that?
Yeah, you can use the 2 edge I just gave you plus 1 of your own.
Yep.
And so this does not increase OS.
Awesome. So you see him hop in and set those programs up. He begins typing. His eyes are closed. He's kind of just sort of there, and he's going to start that. So I'm going to roll hacking here. That's 7 hits.
Okay.
Stupid bug.
So you so it rolled a glitch. So you managed to hack it. In addition, before burning out, it broadcasts the location of a Decker at the Dominic's restaurant, about a kilometer down the street.
Right. You see him. Cool. So the bug's gone. That's awesome. And it gives me the Decker at the location down the road. I will come out of the Matrix and go, whoa, all right. So the bug's been taken care of, and we have our coordinates. There appears to be another Decker who was tracking the information on your bug not too far from here.
At Dominic's restaurant?
Exactly.
We already know that.
Well, you could have told me that before I did all the hacking, but you didn't. So, where do we go next?
All right. Well, I think we recognized the car from last time, so I want to put a bug on their car. Hey, let's start turning the tables on them.
I put my hand on Fisher's arm and I just say, "It's okay, bud. I didn't know." And then I walk away.
All right. So cool. Oh, I guess we're heading over that way so we can put a bug on this other car.
Yep. So you drive down the street, and you arrive at a restaurant emblazoned with the name Dominic's. It is it's unusual for this area because it's far enough away from the Space Needle that there's surface parking. There's actually a small parking lot, but it's close enough. Just across Lake Union, you think you can get a good glimpse if you're in the rooftop dining area. You'd be able to get a good view of the Space Needle.
Last my spirit checked, their spirit went inside. But just so you two or you three know, as long as we are in the van, they can't see our auras. But if we step out, there's a chance we are spotted by a mage or by a spirit.
Yeah, I think we need to decide, do we want to confront them here or no? I'm kind of leaning towards no. I think we ought to learn about them before we confront them.
I like that idea.
I think your idea of tracing them and putting a bug on them is fine.
If you're good at the Matrix, Fisher, what I would love to see is if you can't find one of their comm links and turn on their microphone, and then we can listen to what they're doing, use their own equipment as a bug. If you can do that while I get their car.
Okay.
So you guys all drive over to Dominic's, and it's early enough that the place isn't full. I mean, it hasn't hit the dinner rush yet. It's probably like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There are a few cars there that you don't recognize. But the sense you get from this place is probably it's tourists. And you do see quite a few out-of-state license plates or rental car stickers. And then you see that Ford AmeriCar sitting there in the parking lot, the one you've been tracking.
Yeah. Well, if the parking lot is busy enough, I'll just pull the pedestrian walk and bike stick. I don't need to switch out into ninja clothes.
Okay. Yeah, it's busy enough. You think you can surreptitiously plant a bug? If you want to go and make a stealth test for me.
I can usually do those.
You can use palming. Wow.
Let's see. I'll spend I'll spend 2 edge to turn one of those 4s into a 5 and
Okay.
3 hits.
Get 3 hits. Yep. So you think you've planted a bug as you sort of walk by and sort of stick it under the fender.
Yeah.
And the rest of you are sitting in the parking lot in the van.
I do I still have my spirit doing surveillance?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna just kind of have them keep looking out for that aura for me.
For which aura?
the aura of the runners and the other spirit while being stealthy.
So to be fair, it had not gone in.
No, like watching the outer area so that if they come back out.
Okay. Yeah. You can certainly do that.
Yeah. But stealthy. Be secret-y.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't manifest and start lighting bully people.
Is there?
No. Are you a frog mage? Are you a frog mage?
Was there on that cup of the residue we found? Was there enough of a traces for there to be a usable dose, or no? We just know that it was traces.
No.
I would go back into the Matrix and see if I can find this Decker and their mic, specifically their comm link, to see if I can turn it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you've been given the location before, I will let you do a Matrix perception test. So it's an electronics check.
Okay. Oh, sorry. That's wrong. Don't look at that. I hit half.
I'm gonna crack it.
It's 4. It's 4.
All right. Yeah, you definitely find the same icon they were pointed to.
Nice. So seeing the exact same icon, what does it look like? What kind of icon does this Decker have? Sorry.
I should have thought of that. This guy is, you know what? We're going to continue with the frog motif.
Ooh.
This is like his oh no. Sorry, I misspoke. I know who this is now. This is this persona is dressed like a drummer, and the cyberjack or the cyberdeck is a drum set.
Ooh, that's cool. Yeah. So I would, having found them, then try to hack in.
Okay.
But hacking in as like I want to fool the system into not like I'm not here. I'm invisible. Don't worry. I'm just a rudimentary program running in the background.
So that's going to be a probe test.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah. Probe test.
In the
So
meantime,
it's- so
go
it's-
ahead.
So it's a cracking test.
Mhm.
And the only edge you will get is from your analytical mind.
Okay.
Which this guy also gets.
All right.
No, sorry. His is not a logic test, so he doesn't get the edge for that. Okay, so
5
we're
hits.
rolling 5 hits, and I need a firewall test. Yes, so you have successfully created a backdoor. I need to track something, by the way.
Like that.
Hmm?
I said don't like that. But I mean, as a player.
Are you running the baby monitor program? Okay. So, I mean, in case you can't just go back and look at the chat log, I mean, you have an Overwatch score of 3.
Okay. Good to know.
40 is when you get converged on.
Yep.
And that's a bad day.
Yep.
But yeah, you can grant yourself outsider user or admin access.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna give myself access to do whatever I want on this thing.
Okay. So admin access is the way to go if you want to do.
Oh yeah, no,
the
I'm
full
going to
stuff.
admin, and I'm keeping it simple and just having their audio from their comlink fed into mine, which then broadcasts inside of the van.
Okay. So that'll be a we'll call that a control device action. So with electronics,
Mhm.
You'll get another edge because it's a logic test.
Okay. Can I do this under the radar? Or yeah, can I use edge? I don't want, or is it too late?
Oh, sorry. It's a this is a cracking test. You have to actually do the backdoor entry.
Okay, cool. Cracking test.
And I'm still making firewall tests.
Yeah, that's not good.
Ooh.
That's a 7. If you guys aren't paying attention.
Uh-huh.
All right. Hey.
So now if you would like to spend some edge, that although that's a lot of edge to spend.
I have a lot of edge to spend. How much of that edge can I spend?
All of it if you want to.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have 6 of them.
You can make them reroll 6 hits.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah. That's probably the way to go.
Yeah.
So he's got 1 plus whatever he rolls here. 2. So ties go to the acting character. That's you.
Yay.
So that was 6 edge well spent.
That was very good use of edge.
Because failing the test would have deleted the backdoor you just created, and you'd have to start over again.
No, I'm good without that. But yeah.
That also makes your Overwatch score 5. Because he rolled 2 hits.
Got it.
Now you can do a control device.
Yep. Just turning that on, and then I'm gonna start getting out of there.
So that'll be an electronics test.
Okay.
You get an edge for logic.
Mm-hmm.
Oof! Wow.
Yeah, I'm rolling trash.
Oof!
That's not nice.
That is not nice. Okay. So you fail to issue the command.
Okay.
It doesn't do anything other than the fact that you just added 7 to your Overwatch score.
So they're coming. I'm getting out of here. Bye.
You're only at 10.
You're only at 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got plenty of space.
Sorry.
Keep going.
All right, I'm gonna keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how all this works. So then, that's no bueno. Do I try to do that again, or do I do
you can try to repeat that.
All right, let's do that. Let me see if there's anything else I can do. Is there a hide I can do? Would that program do anything here? Like be sneaky?
They already don't see you, so there's no.
Yeah, they already don't see you.
Okay, cool. Then I'm just gonna try to do what I was trying to do in the first place.
Have you been adding the 2 bonus dice?
The entire time, no. I didn't realize.
Sorry, you should be adding the 2 bonus dice.
That's good to know. Cool. On just the cracking rolls, not the electronics.
On you're running overclock, which adds 2 dice to a matrix action.
Oh, so close.
So it's 2 dice.
Yeah, it also adds Overwatch score too, so it's not necessarily.
It's not necessarily good.
One of them must be the wild die. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate spacing. Add 2 dice to a matrix action. Next page. That die must be one of those has to be a wild die.
Got it.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a cyber it's a cracking program, so it also jacks your Overwatch score just for using.
Oh, yes, using hacking programs.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're using a bunch of hacking programs, that's a bunch of Overwatch.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Maybe it's just one.
That makes more sense. Okay. Okay.
Oh, no, it's one for each matrix action modified by hacking program.
Yep.
All right.
So were you gonna give this another try?
Some people said 2, but I'm looking at the other players.
Yeah. Honestly,
Use the Overwatch this time, or use the overclock this time.
Okay.
and I think if I'm not mistaken too, Hal, has it changed where like if you start to get your Overwatch too high, you can just reboot and it's back to 0?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you lost your access. You're going to be starting all over from scratch. But
yeah,
that's basically what you do. Is once you get up to like 30, you just I'm done.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
So sometimes it's better to lose your access than to get converged on.
All right. And so then going to use
this will be an electronics test with a 2 dice modifier.
Yep. 6. There we go. That's better.
And you get an edge for that, by the way, because it's a logic test.
Nice.
And one of them's a wild die.
Oh yeah, there's a switch on your character sheet that says wild die, but we'll worry about that later.
All right.
Okay, so you succeed in doing that this time. Your Overwatch score is 15, and you start getting a data feed that is the audio from the table.
It plays throughout the entire van.
Okay. So there's a conversation going, and there are a few conversations going on around, but it's not like totally packed. But there's a conversation going on at this table, and there are 5 people talking. 4 of them. It seems like 4 of them's on one side, and there's one. The 4 of them are saying essentially, we gotta get paid more. We've just, I mean, this guy's protected. We've got now Shadowrunners after us. And the one person says, "So where's your target?" Well, we don't know. I want him reacquired as quickly as possible, and I need this wrapped up. And then we'll talk about compensation.
Can I get to a window where I can look in and see who the person is?
Is Fisher, are you playing this audio for all of us?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm assuming I'm getting a wireless feed.
Yeah, I would have done that.
And then you could make a stealth test to peer through the window without the window peering into you.
What?
Terrifying. That is terrifying.
Okay. So you are... Yep, so that is a sneaking test. So you sneak up to the window and you're sort of looking in. And you definitely... So I will give you some pictures, in fact. So there are 4 people in the runner team that you see. I'll just show this to everyone. So there is a dwarf male. The dwarf male appears to be where the signal's coming from.
Okay.
There is a human male. There is an elf female whom Material Girl recognizes as the former barista, Melissa. And a human male.
There was a 5th person, you said?
Yes, the 4 of them are talking with a human female. So they argue amongst themselves for a little while longer, and it's basically they're going round and round about this, where the Johnson wants Redstone wrapped up quickly.
Decca, can you search the Matrix world, whatever, for information on that woman?
Yes, I can. But what do we say when we want people to do things?
Do you want to get paid?
I can do this job with my eyes closed. I obviously am right now. Is what he says. But yes, I do want to get paid, so just say it nicely. That's all I ask.
I say
Thank
it.
you.
I say please.
I say thank you. And then I would look up some information on this person.
Okay.
If you're gonna
I
be
get out-
mean to me, I'm gonna be mean right back.
So this is a
I
Totally
get out
fair.
of the vehicle.
this is a lengthier test. I'll warn you. You may wish to, like, once you have started this audio feed, maybe give up your access. You no longer.
Yeah, I don't. Do I? Will it
So-
continue to play even if I'm not like directly?
Yeah.
Manipulating it?
Well, until the Decker at some
Realizes
point
that-
inevitably does a reboot or some sort of maintenance, or looks at his deck and says, "Hey, something's going on here,"
Got it.
because a Decker's going to do that.
Cool.
So, by your own estimate, it's probably going to last until the end of this meeting.
All right. Let's do that then.
So you give up your access. That means you're no longer accumulating Overwatch score. That's the important thing.
Right.
Because if you had to reboot, you would give up the entire feed.
Got it.
But the matrix search you're going to do is a longer term test. It's an extended test.
Mhm.
You're doing an electronics test, and each time I have you roll this is going to take 10 minutes.
All right.
Looking around, or I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Say, looking around the parking lot, is there? Can I intuit who this Johnson's vehicle might be?
Do you have what corporate related knowledge skills do you have?
Horizon. How do you find knowledge skills on these? Oh, here we go. Unfortunately, it's probably a bit of a reach, because I know about fine art, security systems, high society, popular music, and Horizon.
Okay. Let's see here.
But if she's got like a key fob or something, and then maybe that would just be oh so handy to see if I can't make out a make on the key fob.
Not one that's sort of hanging out of her pocket.
Yeah.
However, let's see. You have engineering skill? You have engineering skill.
Of course I do.
I'll let you roll the basic. It's essentially an automotive mechanic skill.
Okay.
And the test is going to the threshold is going to be fairly high on it.
Well, fair enough.
Because you haven't even met this person, and you're trying to draw a conclusion on what vehicle they might drive.
Should I do intuition or logic? It's usually logic, but this.
Let's do intuition here.
Okay. All right, cross fingers. 3 hits is at least 3 hits.
3 is what I had in mind. 3 is enough. You sort of suss out between. I mean, most of these cars are tourist cars.
If I could even narrow it down to 2 or 3, I'll just tag them all.
Okay. Yeah. So there are a couple of. There's a Range Rover that you think might be it. And there's a Euro car you think might be it.
All right. Well, I will get them both.
Okay.
That way, I figure I can't guess wrong if I get them both.
And we'll do one palming test for the both of them.
I'm slick.
No problem. You also notice, as I look at the picture, you're not quite sure she's human. She's kind of short and might be a human-looking dwarf.
Well, actually, if I can see into the vehicles at all, I'll see if one of those has seats and controls optimized for dwarves.
Yeah, because you're making a close pass. The one you can see into is not. So the Eurocar is not optimized.
Awesome.
The Range Rover has pretty heavily tinted windows.
All right. So the Eurocar I can see into, and it is not dwarf.
It's sort of
optimized.
stock human interior.
Okay. All right. Are we doing a break soon, or give us time to think?
Yeah, since we are, I seem to have lost the time here. So this will be a good time for our first 5-minute break.
Okay.
To give you guys some time to think and to react when things happen.
And don't forget, now is a great time to type in hashtag RemPC in the chat for your entry to win the PDF of the Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition that we're giving away right here on stream. Thank you to Catalyst Game Labs. And you can get bonus entries by going to remalternis.com/Nguyen. The highest donation can leave a message that your favorite runner can read at the end of the show. And you can also join our Patreon, which gets you bonus entries every single week. So as low as $2 gets you an extra entry every single week. $5 gets you 2 extra entries every single week, but you only pay once a month. So it's a really good deal. So you should do all those things. Help support us to pay our cast and crew. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Or 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes this break.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell!
Spells.
She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. I think we have now a plan of attack, so to speak. So we had a matrix search that was about to happen, and then what was your plan?
Talking with the other runners in the van, besides the one doing matrix stuff because he's busy. Posing the idea of maybe picking the lock on this RV, and when the other Mr. Johnson goes to drive her vehicle home, she's going to have a bunch of Shadowrunners in the truck with her.
You guys are just chilling in the back seat, just like
invisible.
We got invisible ones, and I can hide, so we can like have the truck follow, like because we don't want to confront her while her Shadowrunners are close enough to come help her. But I would like to follow her, see where she goes, and if the tail gets spotted, well, we've already got Shadowrunners on board, so then we'll just deal with it in Plan B.
Okay. So let's begin with our matrix search. At least our first roll of the matrix search, which is 10 minutes of work.
All right. Yeah, it is. So I've already what was it? It's not reboot because I would lose complete access. But you said something where I get out.
You gave up your access.
Right, I gave up my access. Cool.
So you haven't rebooted, but you've given up the access that would otherwise generate Overwatch score.
All right. Well, one of the programs I'm going to run as I'm trying to get information on this woman is a browse. Is browse.
Yeah, so you can use the browse program.
And then,
So that gives you an edge that has to be spent on this test.
yep.
And this will be an electronics test. It's actually electronics plus intuition rather than logic.
Oh, okay. Let's do that. Electronics plus intuition. No modifier right now.
Right.
Yeah, and then I'm
Ooh.
going to re-roll one of those. Get a 2, maybe. How do I just roll one die on here? Just
Type /roll.
yeah, 1d6.
1d6 greater than 5.
D6. Greater than 5. Look at that. I got a 6. So that's
that was less than.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it's the other way for greater than.
Yeah.
But it is a 6. That is a success for you.
Yep.
So 2 successes. I mean, you really just get that she's a corporate Johnson.
Okay.
You don't really dig up too much yet. You're going to have to dig a little deeper.
All right. That's my first 10 minutes.
So meanwhile, we have. Are we putting this plan into action, or are we waiting for Fisher to fish more data?
Well, it's
Does anyone
once they
else
start coming out.
Does anyone else have any other ideas?
I think once they start coming out of the restaurant, it's too late. So we got to do it before then. We don't know how much longer that's going to be.
So it does look like the meal is done, and the conversation is largely over as the
Yep,
as the
all
4
right.
Shadowrunners sort of storm out.
Yeah, pulling the trigger on this then.
All right. So this will be as I pull up.
Before I start, of course, I want to make sure I have a good chance to listen to make sure I don't hear anybody like waiting inside the RV already.
Okay, you can go ahead and make a perception test. Audio.
Yep. I bet if they're in there, I bet I hear them.
You do hear a whispered conversation between 2 people inside in the back seat.
What can I tell about them?
They're basically discussing the security arrangements and sort of bellyaching that they had to stay inside the van so as not to draw attention, or inside the SUV rather.
Yeah.
So it's clear that these 2 guys are probably bodyguards.
You have any more of those fancy tags? We can just tag the car.
Yeah, I've already I already tagged the truck. We can track it. We'll let you guys know that there are 2 bodyguards inside, so that's a significant wrinkle on us just climbing in there.
So let's just hope that the Decker is good at what they do and learn in the meantime.
The Decker.
I haven't bothered to learn your name yet.
Oh, I know. I know.
I love you because we're such good friends in real life, and I'm being so mean to you, and it feels so weird.
So for clarification, Material Girl, are you by the truck right now?
Yeah, I was about to break into it, but I'm listening.
Oh.
And
I tell you to slice the tires.
You
got a knife? Slice them.
I think we probably want them to go someplace because they'll take us someplace interesting.
Oh, we don't want to buy time? Okay.
So are you still hanging around right outside the vehicle?
Yeah. So actually, I'm gonna. I feel. See, I try climbing up.
The window rolls down. Can we help you?
What? I had 8 hits on my stealth.
But you're standing right next to the door that he's peering out of.
Oh, okay. Well,
So your 8 hits, you had no
all
problem.
right.
You had no problem
All right. Well, if
tagging it.
I had, this is the first time hearing that he's like right there in the window. So okay. No. In which case, I will just pass off. It's a nice truck you got there. I want one of those myself sometime.
Yeah, have a good night.
All right, so never mind with further messing with them.
So I think our benefit at this point is, as we heard, they don't know where the professor is. So I think we take advantage of that and leave the area, do some more reconnaissance, and
well, we got the runner's car tagged. Wherever they go, we'll know.
Yep.
As of this point, I think they're irrelevant, but I guess we'll see about that, because I imagine Mr. Johnson's going to go someplace besides where the runners go, and I want to follow Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I want to know who's really after the professor.
Did the Johnson leave the restaurant yet?
No.
Should we go sit with the Johnson inside?
Well, if she doesn't come out, maybe, but I expect she'll be coming out and getting into her truck soon.
I'm invisible and I got out of the vehicle after the whole please fiasco, so I'm going to go over and peep through the window and see if the Johnson's still at the table.
She is.
She's here.
And you also see the 4 runners get into their beat up Ford Americar and they drive off unless you do something to interrupt them.
I think we should encourage them to go.
Okay.
It might be worth it now that her guards are in the truck and her Shadowrunners have left, to go in and talk to her without her guards. If either that or follow her and see if we can learn something else.
In my opinion, following and trying to track more information that way is more apt than having a confrontation in a public place where she now knows that we know who she is, which, again, that's information that
I agree.
maybe benefits us that we have over her.
And if we give our matrix search more time, who knows what we'll find. So
speaking of that, Fisher, you can make another electronics plus intuition. This will be modified at -1.
Okay.
It's your second roll of an extended test.
Got it. 4.
That's better. You do have an edge, incidentally, that you can use.
Yeah.
You essentially you use it or lose it because it's part of the browse program.
Right. I will use that. So D6 greater than 5. Nope.
Okay. So you exchanged a 1 for a 1. It's no big deal. You're going to lose the edge anyway.
Right. I mean, that's what this is for.
So you find a number of things about this person. You find a name. Typing it into the Roll20 chat. The name is Zoe Leland. She is a security liaison. One of those fancy terms that they use to call Johnsons for Mitsuhama Computer Technologies, MCT. She also divorced Professor Redstone in 2071.
The scandal.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say we need to ask him if that name means anything to him. So I would assume it does.
Okay. Cool. Well, looky here. And then I would push that information to like the computer monitor in the truck, assuming, because I don't know that everybody sort of jumped out of the truck. It is like now heading inside, but I would try to show them what's on there.
Has everyone jumped out of the truck or just Nova?
I think it's just me.
Well,
Okay.
we
then
wouldn't
I
share
would show you.
our com codes with you, so you can just wire that.
Yeah, then I'll do that. Well, look who we have here. Zoe Leland. And look at this piece of juicy information. She seems to know the professor. And I just drew a little like emoji heart around the two of them, and then a sad as it breaks apart and they divorced.
And you hear from the back of the van this audible sigh.
So how do you want to go forward with this?
So why does your ex-wife want you captured?
Well, she doesn't want him captured because that would have happened already. She wants him tortured.
I'm talking to Redstone.
I'm not sure of the particulars of what she wants, aside from when we divorced, she left me and UW, by the way. She used to work there. To go work for MCT. And she insisted I go with her. I have no interest in being a wage slave.
And why now? What might she or MCT want with your research?
You know, I mean, you recall I mentioned a paper that I tried to submit to the journals recently.
Yes.
And maybe she probably knows people who were reviewers of that paper. Reviewer number 2 strikes again.
Please elaborate.
It's a legend in academia. If you try to publish papers, usually you get 2 reviewers. One of them is relatively kind. Reviewer number 2 is always the one that comes down hard on it.
Well, that's a terrible name for a song.
I know who reviewer number 2 is in our group.
Just hear the troll begin chuckling on the line very audibly. Hey, I think I do too. Anyway.
That was good.
what was the research paper on? Sorry for those of us who joined late.
Oh yeah.
Don't do it.
Have you heard of quasi-resonant precognition?
Have I ever heard of that?
What knowledge skills do you have? Let me look at your character sheet and see what knowledge skills you have.
All right. Well, I will ask the other people. Do we want to just do this here, or no?
Can we kidnap her? Can we just grab her and?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no!
I mean, if it's been 20 minutes and she hasn't come out, the Shadowrunners are out of reach. Her guards are out of reach in the truck.
So you have not heard of it. Right. You've not heard of quasi-resonant precognition, but at the first sign of someone showing interest in it, mm-hmm. he sends a bunch of papers to your comm code.
And I'm gonna shut that down as fast as I can.
As he does, though, I do pipe up and say that was something I was going to send you as well. Anyone that has read or accessed these papers that might have an interest in him, if there's a way to track that, perhaps it's worth reviewing.
Sounds like a great idea. Also, if you guys are planning to go in there to talk to her directly, I might try to turn off the comm systems for the people in the truck, or at least lock the car that they're in.
Well, since we got invisible people, I was thinking maybe they could just wait by the truck, and if the guards come out, you just hit them.
That's fair.
the other thing is, too, perhaps you can just make sure no outgoing communications can happen from her.
Yeah,
Dominic.
you can keep her from telling them to come out. But I still think having the invisible people outside in the parking lot to handle the guards as a contingency is a good idea.
That's what I'll do then. Since I know her name, I can maybe try to find her sin. Hopefully, if she's using her own, and use that to try to find her icon and then mess with her comm system.
Okay. So as part of your matrix search, you do notice that she is not using that sin.
Got it.
The sin she's broadcasting is Ms. Johnson.
Miss Johnson. All right. Well, we're going.
The other thing is, if we're planning on this turning into a potential fight, I could use access to more of my spells, and to do that, I would need to drop some of the invisibility.
What if we told Zoo to message his ex and be like, I need your help. Meet me here, please. And then we grab her.
I think she'd bring the
Details
security.
of come alone. Like tell her,
she never
make
would.
sure you come alone.
Although he may not be able to talk her into that, but I might. Because I can imitate his voice and make her think she's talking to him.
That could be cool.
Actually,
what do you guys think?
Yeah, especially if there's something like, I'm afraid folks are following me or something like that.
All right, so where do we want her? Where do we want to send her?
Who knows the area?
So this is the point when Johnson gets up from the table and starts to walk out.
All right. Well, I think we're gonna let her get into the truck. I think we're gonna do the.
You're gonna
at least follow her and see where she goes, and
okay.
We may end up doing a call on route.
All right.
Is everyone back in the truck or on their motorbike?
I get back in the car.
Yeah. I am not in the Matrix, I guess, right now. Or I would get up and ask someone else to drive, because if I'm about to do more hacking. Huh?
You can tell the truck to drive.
That's true. Truck,
we all got autopilots.
Go.
Yeah, just tell the truck, follow that truck.
Yep. That is what I did. So I'm still in the Matrix, chilling in the front seat with my ex.
Or actually, why don't you have it follow me, and I'll be a little less obvious as I tail them.
Okay. I like that. And just so you know, Fisher is better at this. Randy is not. So this is all me going, yeah, sure. Fisher's probably done this before, or he has done this before, and he would be better at it. All right.
Okay. So
I think my spirit services are finished, right?
Yeah, by now the spirit services are finished.
All right. I consider summoning another one, but
you're also about to cast some spells on yourself.
Yeah, and last time I summoned a spirit, I punched myself in the brain, so I'll wait for now.
You can release me from your invisibility.
Thank you. And she'll drop the spell. Do you still want yours, Violet?
I think if we're just in the back of a van, it probably isn't necessary.
Right. Drop it. I'm going to keep for now, the one on him and me. But I'm going to go ahead and do my increased reflexes and my armor just in case, because you never know when you're going to need to start
fighting.
It's
Mhm.
better to have them already going when the fight starts.
Mhm.
Yep. So here's increased reflexes. Where is my roll 20? Go. Boop, boop. 7 hits. Let me roll my drainy drain. Oh,
Ooh.
that hurts. I will. Let's see how bad is my. 1, 2, so 4. You know what? I'm just gonna re-roll my failures because I still have 5 edge. It's 4 edge to do that, right?
Yep.
All right. So I'm rolling 10. All right, 5. So I'm good.
Okay.
And then armor. Boop. 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 2 hits.
Okay.
It's something. It's not great, but.
And then 4 drain. Okay.
All right, I'm good there. I think also, since we've got time, since we're driving, and I took no drain, I'm feeling confident, so I'm going to redo armor on myself to try for a higher.
Okay.
As I just shoot magic all over the place. Boop, boop. There we go. 8 hits.
Ooh.
And
It does cost you 1 drain.
1 drain, fine. Okay. I will find where my. There it is. All right, I'm at a -1 for stun now.
Ooh. Now we start the downhill spiral.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long night. I mean, unless we go take our naps now, and let Fisher do his thing.
So, was it just Material Girl following the SUV?
Well, I've got a tracker on it, so I don't need to keep it like physically in sight.
Right.
So I'll be 100, 200 meters back, just following it, and the truck is following me.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to do is basically copy the doctor's comm link and sort of the ID or whatever is attached to that, so I can spoof it and say that that's where whatever message is coming from.
Okay.
Will look like it's coming from him.
And
I imagine that's a thing that I can do. Yeah.
So as you're copying that, you do see a text message come through. That text message is from it just says Rose Winters.
Ooh. The intrigue continues.
It says, "Where are you? Are you okay? There's a problem with Susan."
all right, so he's got to tell us about Susan, and he's got to tell us all about his ex-wife. If this is going to work.
So, Doctor, would you mind telling us a little bit about who Susan is?
Susan Rossi is my grad student.
Keep going.
And what about Rose Winters?
An old friend. She is the vice provost for research at UW.
All right. And why would she be saying that Susan is in trouble or danger or?
Because the Shadowrunners just grabbed her.
I don't know. And to be fair, the message said there's a problem with Susan.
Problem. Well, yeah, there's a problem with her. Sorry.
I wonder what she could be talking about.
Right. 99% chance the Shadowrunners just grabbed her to sweat her down for where the guy is. Best thing we can do for her is to get Mr. or Ms. Johnson to call them off. Gritstone, you got to tell me more about your ex-wife if I'm going to impersonate you.
I mean, I haven't talked to her in a decade.
Okay, that was more recently than me.
Strong, very interested in money and corporate politics.
Do you have any idea why she's doing this to you? You have to.
My guess is she's found out about the research and she is trying to get me to sign on with MCT.
How much money would MCT potentially be able to make?
Is the research at the university?
No, they haven't granted me computer time in almost a decade.
Right,
so I had to create my own. And well, you can't see it because he's invisible, but you hear a tapping sound.
Well, I'm not even in the vehicle anyway. I'm talking over the comlink. All right, help me understand. You think she wants your research?
She wants the code.
Why didn't she have the Shadowrunners just kidnap you and bring you to her to enforce the code out of you? They could have done that so long ago.
I guess they could have done that. I don't know the particulars of why she didn't just say take the code. Maybe she was holding some hope out that I would join willingly.
Or maybe they don't know where you're storing your data.
That might be true as well. I guess if I were a Decker, probably the first place I would look would be the Department of Computer Science mainframe, which may or may not be dangerous to try to hack.
All right.
But they haven't granted me computer time in years.
All right,
Can I send a message or just like I would want to turn off the professor's comm real quick and just have it be between the group. But I would say, hey, so I know the plan is to impersonate him and be like, hey, I'm in trouble, but if she's behind the trouble, there's the possibility that she would just play off, right?
Right.
What if we instead say that we know it's her and we're willing to talk about maybe giving some of that research, if that's what she's after?
Well, if he really thinks she wants him to join MCT, that's the avenue I want to go down.
Yeah.
But that just, it doesn't make a lick of sense to me, because if she wanted him to join MCT, they could have just grabbed him, taken him to a compound, and
she could have just had a conversation. That's how most people have.
I'm trying to think of any story that makes sense besides it's an angry ex who just wants to torture him.
And then I turn back the sound on the doctors. Oh, sorry about that. I must have pressed a button by accident. I apologize. Because he's talking really like to all of us. So I wanted to be like, hey.
Can I do judge intentions on the guy when he's explaining that it's about the research? Do I get the gist that's really what he thinks?
Sure.
Ugh.
Seems legit.
I think after 10 years, it's probably less about hurt feelings and more about a way to make money and move up in an MCT. So
right.
that was the case a decade ago. I have no reason to think that she's all of a sudden fallen back in love with me.
If a guard, so if we were hired to protect him and solve this problem, the problem is that she / perhaps MCT wants this data And so how do we get them to not want that data or not get the data or
All right. So
etc.?
I think we go back to the plan of call her up, get her to agree to meet the guy. I guess the story that we're going to go with is, okay, I've decided I'm going to join MCT. Here I am. Come get me. It's going to be so close to where she's at. She goes herself. What I want to do is do it in a parking garage or something else that the RV can't get into. So she'll have to go in on foot. And then we just, separate her from her guards, give her a talking to, make her understand she's going to stop this shit right now. And that's the plan.
Should probably ask why he changed his mind.
Maybe he's scared of frogs.
Scared of frogs. Sick of them. I've been seeing them everywhere.
If she's the one hiring hiring the runner team, what if we sever her connection to MCT and therefore she gets no benefit from collecting this research anymore? Can we dig up dirt on her and submit it to her?
That's a fun activity.
Not in the next 5 minutes. I don't think so.
Who says it has to be done in 5 minutes?
So as you follow the SUV, it travels further into downtown, and you see the 6 black and chrome towers of the MCT complex in the distance.
All right, so we got to identify. Fisher, can you identify a parking garage, ideally in a bad neighborhood, not far from here?
A bad neighborhood not far from here. I would
Well,
search.
as bad as it comes, not far from here, and do it in the next 60 seconds.
I'm on it, and so you see him in the Matrix, sort of running, looking through files, trying to grab information.
Okay,
it's like being really active in the Matrix. It's just funny to think about.
Yeah, so you could do a Matrix search.
Yep.
Or if you have a Seattle area knowledge skill or a map.
I have Seattle area. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know a place.
Okay. Cool.
Nova, Violet, what do you think about all this? I don't know that a direct conversation with her is going to stop anything from happening.
Well, we were going to talk, and then I just kind of put my gun away. Violet? What do you think?
We're talking about talking to her, and if we're going to be impersonating her ex,
Just on the
this
phone.
is a
Yeah, once she gets there and sees us, it's on.
Yeah, this is already a song in the making. I don't know if y'all realize this or not. I appreciate your help writing my next #1 single for the 14 people that follow me. But I would say the other option would be we actually tell the truth a little bit, that we have, in fact, captured the person that she was hiring folks to capture.
Exactly. We can talk to her, make her understand this is over. If she doesn't understand that and it comes to a fight and we kill her, it's over.
I'm still noodling on the frogs.
I don't know that I'm comfortable with flat out murder.
But we're comfortable with ruining a person's life.
Yeah,
and severing them from all that they've worked hard for.
We have a chance to tell her we know what she's doing. The jig is up. If she pushes it, she pushes it.
I at least would like to take the professor elsewhere so he's not right there.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to make the call before she makes it back to the MCT compound.
All right.
Right.
I changed where the car is headed, or I send.
Yeah, we need to get there.
Girl,
yeah, we need to get there way ahead of her.
Yeah.
Drop the two of us off at a Starbucks. The soy butts.
The same one?
No, a different one. Just like
Yeah, the one not too far from said shady
you know,
parking lot.
the one right across the street.
yeah. They'll never look there.
Ah,
There's 55 Starbucks in a 2-mile radius. So
So you can drop the two of them off at the soy box that is conveniently right across the street from the
Another
parking
soy
garage. And the parking garage, no, it doesn't have a soy box installed in it.
nearby is fine enough. I want to be far enough away that like this is out of character. I want to be far enough away that like if things go south and she has backup, they don't just get the professor because he's there. Like
Yeah,
That's fair.
you could leave him in the car. My car is good at hiding. And he presses a button, and you for a second see the electrochromatic paint on it sort of ripple. It blends in pretty well in most places.
that's helpful.
Yeah.
And what's
So you
going on
could-
with the comm link, the professor's comm link? Are you still holding that?
No, I after I sort of spoofed and got the information that I needed from it, I would have gave it back.
Okay. So we're closing in on the 2-hour mark. So we'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break. And when we come back, I think we have a conversation between Material Girl and the Johnson.
And do you guys remember what we talk about when there's a break coming? It's typing hashtag at RemPC in the chat so that you can enter to win the Shadowrun PDF of Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition. There's so many words in that title. But you can win that copy. And
There's a picture of it right next to me.
Yeah, right up here. There is a beautiful picture of it. So, yeah, hashtag RemPC gets you 1 entry. If you go to remalternis.com/Nguyen, that gets you more entries per donation that you give of $5. You get a bonus entry for every $5. And our top donors get their message read by their favorite runner at the end of the show. And you can also go to our Patreon at patreon.com/remalternis. And you can subscribe. So for $2 a month, you would get an extra entry to win every single episode, every single week. So $2 a month, but you get an extra entry every week, and so on. So there's lots of ways that you can get entries that way. Please feel free to support us so we can pay our wonderful cast and crew. And we will be back in 10 minutes to see what happens next.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. You gotta feel it. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities renamed. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent youth. Fall in love, not in line.
And welcome back. I think our runners have decided they're going to try to con the Miss Johnson. I think that's what I heard.
Mm-hmm. Con her into a meet, and then we'll meet with her.
Yep. So you're basically spoofing Redstone's comm link, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Leaving all of the impersonation up to Material Girl.
Okay.
Also knowing that I'm gonna be left with the professor, I am gonna go ahead and summon my spirit.
What force would you like to summon?
4, not 6, because that hurts.
6 hurts. Because I roll twice its force.
All right, so summoning. Here we go.
And it's another air spirit?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you get 1 service.
Phew. Okay.
Can I ask a question? What does it look like when you summon?
Give me
with
1
these spirits?
second to roll my drain, because otherwise I'll forget. Which is fine. I should have just shut up. But okay, I'm good. I'm good on drain, right?
You're good on drain, yes.
Okay. So basically, what I do as we're getting close to the soy bucks is in the truck. I'm sitting with the professor and everything on one side. I'm still invisible, and then like it just gets really windy in the car or in the truck. And like your hair gets blown everywhere and stuff like that, and it just immediately dies down. But there's this chill in the air as I now have a non-manifested air spirit, so you guys can't see it. But so it's following along in the astral plane right now. I can ask it to manifest into this plane, but for now, I'm just going to say stand by for instruction.
I just
Stand
like
by.
the idea of manifest.
Manifest?
Yeah.
Well, last time I summoned a spirit and it hurt, I got manifest, okay?
Yes, you did.
Like, I got manifest real hard.
And you guys really haven't taken any time to rest either.
I'm well rested. I woke up, brushed my teeth, like stretched a little bit, played some Matrix games.
I keep saying, like, let's just follow and listen, and Material Girl's like, now!
I got a stim patch for you. You'll be fine.
I'm shadow running with Veruca Salt right now.
You really are. That is a good summation of Material Girl.
Hello?
Oh, we're doing the call? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I will do the call. I will, of course, activate the cyberware so that I am using the gnome's voice print, and I will put on a kind of like a pathetic little cough and try to sound tired. So I explain, okay, look, I'm ready to just give in. This has been a wild week. Look, where am I? I'm and I'll give her the address.
Go ahead and make a contest, and I'll give you an edge for that.
Oh, actually, I meant to ask, because I'm short on edge, would anybody like to donate edge to me before this roll? Because this is an
I
important.
can do that.
If you spend
It's a 2
edge,
for 1.
yeah, if you spend 2 edge, I get 1.
Okay.
If you're willing to do it. If anybody's
I give
willing
him
to do
2. I did 2 to give 1.
Okay. Thank you.
And I can as well.
Okay, thank you. And then plus the 1 I just got, that should be plenty to make this work.
You'll actually get 2. You're getting 1 for the voice modulator.
Yep. And then
And you're getting 1 because you're pretending to give her what she wants.
Oh, okay. And then I'm getting 2 for my teammates.
Right.
Got it. That's okay.
And then if you're gonna run wireless with a voice modulator, you'll get its rating as a dice pool bonus.
Indeed, that's the plan.
Okay.
I can't see. Is that a good roll? 5 hits.
5 hits.
Let's make it 6 hits. I'm going to spend one of those to turn
Let's see here.
Turn a 4 into a 5. So 6 hits. On my very convincing, tired, and ready to give up gnome voice. I'll explain.
Or she didn't do that. Okay.
Yeah. So, as long as it sounds
So you
like
get
she's going
6.
for it. Yeah. As long as it sounds like
Well,
she's buying it, I'll.
I'm glad to hear you finally come to your senses. Let's bring you in.
I just can't even keep my eyes open any longer. I'm down by the elevator on the basement level. I'll see you soon.
All right. And you sent the address at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, like the tunnel for this parking lot is not big enough for the truck she's in. Remember?
Right.
That's
So-
that's the important part.
So I'm hoping that they park on the street and she walks in alone.
So she's in an SUV. What that means is, the far bottom level in the basement will be big enough for neither of your 2 vehicles.
Right.
It'd be big enough for a motorcycle, obviously, but not
Yeah.
big enough for the van or the SUV.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch into my ninja clothes if as long as I have any kind of time to do so. So if we can gauge how long it's going to take her to get there, we ought to plan our ambush out.
Yeah.
So
From what-
I'm gonna be down there. I plan on doing the talking.
Yeah, but from that conversation, I don't know if she would go by herself. Like I'm
Well,
like
yeah, I'm not
90% sure
yeah,
her bodyguards are going to be right there.
I expect that as well. That's why I don't want to be there by myself because.
Got it.
But at least whatever surprises the truck has, if we can take the truck away, that would be ideal.
Mhm.
So, Curie, you and the professor are both invisible?
We're both invisible, and I think, if I
Taking
remember
the soy
correctly, I think we're at the soy bucks, but Fisher, you had said that maybe leaving the van.
So I was thinking about that. The van has to go somewhere, right?
Well, you can double park and block them in.
Yeah.
And once they go inside, just have your truck come up and double park them and trust that the cops won't make a deal out of it in the couple minutes this is going to take. If they do, then you move. But
Well, the other thing I was thinking is if you do leave it with the 2 of us as an extra layer of protection, I can send my spirit with you, and if you guys need backup, then I can drive it in and get there physically if needed. And
Let's do that.
Starbucks, soy bucks.
Let's do that. What about the Violet and Nova? What do you guys want to do in this?
I have knowledge of small unit tactics.
you seem like one of the ones who should be helping doing the face-to-face scene.
I could go to the soy bucks in case you need some interference. It sounds like Material Girl's got our conversation with Miss Johnson on lockdown.
Well, if they go to a fight, I can't take 2 bodyguards at once.
I will cover your butt.
Thank you.
If I can't, if I'm leaving the van there for the professor and them to get in and be able to get out in case needed, what I will take with me is a little drone that I have, because I also have a drone. A Horizon Flying Eye.
Okay.
And I'm going to like fly it up. Well, this is underground. It's the basement level, so like in a corner somewhere.
You can have it fly over the truck and just have it keep an eye on it, just in case she's got more people in there than we know about.
Yep.
Violet, if you're staying, I can go because I've got the mojo to go for their support if they need. It's just someone should stay with the professor. So
Y'all just let me know. I'm happy to stay with him. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm happy to sit with him.
I send a message to you that goes, "None of us do."
Maybe he can talk research and you can write your song. What I'll do then too is leave the spirit with you so you have backup and can communicate with me so we have magic at both locations if needed. So I'll give the spirit the instruction, protect and defend them.
Okay, so you're leaving the spirit with Violet and Dr. Redstone at the soy box,
Yes.
and everybody else is going to the meet.
Yes.
Okay.
And as we get close, I'll do my usual astral pop in and make sure nothing's in there about to mess with our faces.
Yeah, go and make an astral test.
Okay. Skills. Straight astral or astral signatures?
Astral signatures.
Okay. 3.
Okay. With 3 successes, you do notice there is a this will be an air spirit wandering about. And let me see the sensing table to see what you see of it. Its force is equal to you.
Is it there as a free spirit or is it there bound to someone?
You can't really tell like whose aura it's tied to, but you can tell it's going about some sort of business, like it's searching for something. So I mean, you know enough that it is using a search power.
Yeah, it's probably looking for the gnome, and it's going to find him.
Yeah. I'll zip back to my. Well, anything else I see in the building or no? That's out of the norm.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all you see.
I'll zing back to my body and.
Does
So by
your
now this
spirit have the concealment power by any chance?
Does my spirit?
Yeah.
Air spirits.
If it does,
They do. Let me see. It has. Yes, it does have concealment.
Yeah, have it use it on the gnome to make the search take long.
I only have one service, and I already gave it an instruction. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So anyway, I zip back to my body and I say, they've got that there is an air spirit stronger than mine, just about as strong as I am. That's searching, probably for the gnome.
Well, that's your job to take care of.
Gee, thanks. I didn't realize.
Do you guys want to get the professor into the truck? If that's the case, wouldn't that be able to help?
I think that's what we were doing.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to help right now is concealment power.
Got it.
Yep. Or some kind of warding.
Yeah, which that's not something we can do right now though.
No, the whole plan is the.
All right. Well, the other.
We're parked outside of Soybox. They're in the van, and the rest of us are approaching the garage.
All right. The other thing is, we could just bring him in there because she's expecting him to be there. He's invisible. They show up. You know.
Too late. We already dropped him off.
All right. So is the Ms. Johnson just parked, or she hasn't even arrived yet?
I don't think she's even
She
arrived.
hasn't arrived yet.
Okay.
Yeah, there was nothing there but the spirit.
All right. All right. Well, that takes a while. She might be waiting for search to come up. And it's going to find him. It's going to say, yeah, he's there, but not right where we want to ambush at.
He's not there. That's why we didn't take him.
I think maybe we should put him in the ambush. That way the spirit will say that's where he is.
We drive around the back of the parking garage, like on the outside, so that his signature shows up in the space, but then he's not there when she gets there.
We could do that. Once you see the spirit leave, then we can move him again.
I don't like the fact that if there's a spirit, that means there's a mage probably on the way as well. So that means...
Well, there's nothing we can do about that. That's literally
Okay, so it's at this point. So you guys are still in the soy bucks. Kira, you have lost sight of the air spirit of the other one.
Well, I zipped back to my body, so I would have lost sight at that point.
Yep. And you guys see a familiar-looking Ford Americar enter the garage. So you see that from the soy box.
How the hell did they get here before? Oh well, whatever. That's unfortunate.
You know what? I go hide between two vehicles.
We'll just hide.
And so that I'm in a position where I can emerge from behind them once they've entered.
Yeah, they're going to look around. They're not going to find them. They're going to leave. I hope. If they don't leave, then we'll have to worry about what to do about that.
They have a spirit. If we're hiding inside, they're going to find us.
There's lots of people in the parking garage.
The spirit knows our auras at this point. So
Y'all are assuming that they don't want to chat.
All right, well, let's
crush them. I'm tired of it.
let's just hide, see if they go away. If they don't, then we'll deal with it.
I gotta close the store tomorrow, so let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys lay in wait. So let me put these guys on the board. That's not that one yet.
I don't like yet.
Put those guys here, just to have them on the board.
For those of you who don't know and haven't had the pleasure of meeting Bob, he's known as Bob Meat Grinder Loper. So get ready.
I will also put.
All right, we got a tracker on the stupid RV. Where is it? Is it even here?
So it's not in the garage. It's approaching the garage now.
Yeah, just leave these idiots down here. Let's just go out to hit them in the street. This is getting frustrating.
So you keep changing the plan on us. Are we not doing the basement?
She's calling audible.
Yeah. The plan doesn't include confronting her and her guards and her shadow running team.
Who would have thought that was coming?
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, yeah, never mind.
It all goes.
We knew where they were.
We do all the planning.
Yeah.
There's a Johnson involved. Of course, it goes sideways.
Is that a normal Shadowrun thing?
Yeah, we spend 2 hours planning and then blow everything up instead.
Yeah. Usually it's the Johnson that hires you that betrays you at the end.
Got it. I mean, that's
the meta.
That sounds like what my expectation would have been. So, yeah. Regardless, we have the Shadowrunning team, her and her bodyguards, and us.
Yeah, I'm of a mind to say screw it, abort, and we'll just think of something else entirely, because taking on her and her bodyguards and her Shadowrunners is not a wise idea.
Especially since we split the party.
Well, you're supposed to
Yeah.
put the party in Shadowrun. That's how ambushes work.
Yeah, but not when it's all of them and then us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. So did they take the tracker off of their car?
Yeah.
Okay.
They eventually found it, and for sure the Decker eventually found the access that had been taken.
Their Decker kept rolling 7 hits. It was gonna find.
Yeah.
It was a good Decker.
Well, to
Can I
be
mess
fair,
with his decking stuff? I just want to mess with his stuff up.
to be fair, Firewall tends to be one of the higher stats.
That's fair.
Unless you purposefully switch your stats.
Okay, I put my gun away and I go get in the elevator and I ride it up to the main floor.
Yeah. Do you guys want to do this, or you want to say frag it and come up with a new plan? Because we don't have to pull the trigger. We could just say there's too many.
We could say that we got uncomfortable and that we would rather talk to her alone. Period. Like, if he says that, hey, why are you bringing all this muscle?
That's fair.
And then say, I want you down here by yourself if we're going to have this conversation at all. I have people here helping me or something like that.
It's not going to work because they're just going to be on the periphery of things and they can just rush in. We got to do this all again.
I think we're just gonna have to
fight
take
everybody.
out. Yeah, we're just gonna have to take out this team that she hired.
I'm down.
All right.
But probably doing that separate from the bodyguards and any other reinforcements that Johnson has called in is probably the best idea.
Yeah, if she's a couple minutes away, then let's just hit them. Before they even get out of the car, let's just get them.
No, she was just pulling into the garage.
Yeah, she was just pulling in.
But that does mean you probably have a couple of minutes, but only a couple of minutes.
All right.
Because remember you planned it so that she'd have to park and walk downstairs.
Yeah.
So that does give you a buffer.
All right.
And yes, in Shadowrun, 2 minutes is forever.
Yeah. Tell me what you want me to do, and I'm on it. He's already jacking in and like ready to go.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn on a jammer. I'm gonna exclude our equipment, and let's just hit them while they're still in the car.
What rating is that jammer?
6.
Okay. Because why would you buy any other rating?
Exactly.
This is idiotic as I go into Astral and check things out again.
Yeah. Can I try to get to the weapons on the Shadowrunners in the car? I want to spoof a command and get them to eject.
Can you just hack the car?
Yeah, the most helpful thing you can do is lock the door so they can't get out.
Yeah, hack the car, make it stop.
Okay, cool.
Or hack the car and crash it.
Oh, you said you didn't want to murder people. Which is it?
It doesn't mean they're gonna die.
All right.
It means the car isn't gonna run anymore.
Disable the vehicle.
What if I just make the vehicle drive off and just not stop?
Yeah, just disable the vehicle, get rid of it, get them out of here.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna lock the doors first. Let's start with that.
Okay. So you'll need either probe or brute force.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have time for probe. You got to brute force.
Yeah, let's brute force.
And we'll assume that somewhere in this you have rebooted your deck.
Mm-hmm.
So your Overwatch score is 0 again.
Yeah. And I will do overclock. Would that make sense here?
Yep.
Because
so there should
some crazy stuff.
So there should be a switch on your character sheet that says wild die.
Mm-hmm.
Probably toward the top.
Yep.
So you need to flip that because you're going to add 2 dice as a modifier, but you're rolling a wild die.
Got it.
So this is a cracking test. You do get an edge because it's a logic-based test.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll get another edge because of reasons you'll find out in a moment.
Oh, great.
I mean, it's better that you're getting the
and
edge
that's
than
one
not.
wild die?
Yeah. What's that?
Is it one wild die?
Yeah. So when you flip the switch, it says, "Oh, is it asking how many wild dice?"
Yeah.
It's one wild die.
Yep.
I'd forgotten you can have more than one wild die.
Nice.
Okay. So 7 hits and
6 on my wild die.
so my question is, does it include the wild die on the
It looks like it
hits?
did. Or no, it didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You should have 8 hits because wild die is 3 hits.
Okay, so it did not. Okay, so until I examine this and find it's different, I'll assume the wild die is not included.
Well, it added it, but it only added 2 hits instead of, because he's got 5 hits on his die roll before the wild die, and it gave him 2 bonus hits instead of 3.
Oh, okay,
hits.
that's what it did. So it gave you 2 bonus hits. Okay.
Okay.
So he should be 8.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, so then I'm rolling. Okay, so you gain access, and what you find is that apparently the car is not part of the Decker's pan.
Okay. What would that mean as far as like?
That means it's way easier to hack.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. All right. I want to lock the doors and then lock the hacker out of it. That's what I want to do. But why don't we go to one of the other players? That way.
Yeah. So they're in the basement. What are the rest of you in the basement doing?
I sat down in a corner out of sight and went astral so that I could get another lay of the land.
Okay. So you're basically leaving your body in the garage?
Yeah, that's
where in the van.
Are we still all there? Are we in the?
So I think Violet and Dr. Redstone are at the soy box still, or maybe or are they in the van now?
They would probably still be at the
soy box. Okay.
Okay, so then I'm in the van with you guys? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
This van has been hard to track down where it is.
Tell me about it.
Jeez.
All right. Well,
full astral.
Yeah, if the runners are going to be trapped in the car, I say we head up to intercept Ms. Johnson away from her runners. That way we only got our guards to deal with. We can maybe still have our discussion.
I had already gotten out of the vehicle and taken the elevator up to the main level.
To the ground floor. Okay.
Yep.
So you guys are the rest of you are sort of making your way to the ground floor.
Walking fast, faces past.
There it is.
Homebound.
I paused too long in that sentence, didn't I?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume Ms. Johnson and the guards aren't going to come down the stairwell, so I'm going to go up the vehicle ramp. Because I wouldn't go up the stairwell or down the stairwell.
Okay. Can I see where she is and trace her movements and?
Yeah. So you see her SUV has pulled in and is parked.
And
the 2 guards get out.
And the spirit?
Which spirit?
The air spirit?
You don't see an air spirit.
Okay. For now, so that's fine.
Why don't you go and make an astral signatures test?
Okay. Four.
And make sure before I lie to you.
Don't lie.
They're all mundane.
Okay, so the guards.
So Johnson and the 2 guards are all mundane.
Yeah, I figured the spirit probably belonged to the mage, but like even if they can't get out of the car, the spirit can. So if it was close by, I was. But
you do not see the spirit.
Cool, for now. All right, I'll just zip back to my body and fill them in.
All right. So you can make a control device test, Fisher. So this is electronics plus logic. So you get an edge for your analytical mind.
Nice. I like these edges. Oh, no more wild die. Oh, wait, no, there is, because I'm still using over...
Are you still using it? Mm-hmm.
Yep. And
Going
with the
for
baby
broke.
monitor, what is my OS right now?
It is currently 2.
Okay. 2. Yeah. 6 hits.
7 hits, because
Yeah.
it's not adding wild dice, right?
Okay. So the doors are locked.
Yeah.
Your Overwatch score is currently 4.
Mm-hmm. Next thing I'm doing is, can I set up like a defense on this thing to like lock the other guy out?
He can't do a control device while you're doing one, so basically,
Okay.
you already
That's
have it.
true.
Good to know.
But you have to keep doing it every turn, or else he can do it.
Mhm.
Right.
I guess the alternative is you could try to burn out the device.
Should I just brick the car? Just they can't do anything?
You could try bricking the car.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, they'll be open. Yeah, they'll be able to get out eventually. But yeah,
I mean, yeah, but like not without having to break through windows and like shimmy out. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely.
So you're looking at basically a data spike.
Yeah, that sounds right. Let me see.
Or a tar pit.
Which is better? Let's see. Cracking logic or cracking logic. Yeah.
data spike is what you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
And if you have the where is it? Am I thinking of the previous edition?
Yeah, the hammer and the mugger don't exist in this edition.
Those don't exist anymore. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So you're looking for a data spike cracking plus logic. You get an edge for that.
Plus logic. Yes. We had an edge. All right. I got a 2 on the wild die. 4 hits.
So
I
just
want
the
to
4 hits.
use 3 edge to re-roll 3 die.
Sure.
R 1 3d6. So that's one more hit.
That's
so
one more
5.
hit. So 5.
Yep.
Okay. Oof, only 1 success. Only 1 success on the defense. Okay.
Nice.
What is your attack attribute?
On my cyber deck, it is 7.
7. All right. Plus, you got 4 net hits. That's going to be ugly.
I would have got 5 because I also re-rolled one. Or net hit is before that, right?
So net hits is the difference between how many you rolled and the one that I rolled.
Got it.
So you rolled 5 and I rolled 1. So you had 4 net hits. And it does
7 damage.
It does damage equal to half your attack attribute. Oh, sorry, half your attack attribute rounded up.
So 4.
So 4 plus 1 per net hit. So it's not bricked, but it is taken 8 boxes of matrix damage.
Nice.
So the rest of you, at this point, the 2 guards sort of, one of them sort of goes around to the back of the vehicle. He's sort of scanning the area, and the other goes and opens the driver's side door. to let
This is the
Miss Johnson
bodyguard
out.
car. Yeah, the Johnson's car.
Yep. And what are you guys doing?
Are we able to see this? Are we close enough to like?
Yeah, you're close enough to see that.
Mm, I ask if I should wait to shoot them.
I have a fun idea. I don't have a whole lot of edge. If I was full up on edge, I'd totally do it. But all right, so we got one guard has gone around the other side of the SUV. The other guard is at the driver's side door or passenger side door, letting out.
At the driver's side door, letting out Miss Johnson.
Okay. Am I even close enough for this to be a possibility where I run up, push him away, jump in the driver's seat, and then close the door?
She's in the driver's seat, right?
She's in the driver's seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking to like push her over to the passenger seat and?
Yeah. Like push the other guards out of the truck, push him out of the way, jump in, steal, carjacker.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say you're close enough to do that.
Okay.
My God, if he's successful, I shoot.
I mean, you absolutely should at that point.
So you're currently on your bike, right?
No, on foot. My bike is down.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was walking up the ramp.
So I will ask for an athletics test.
All right. I will augmentation overdrive muscle placement because this is a pretty gutsy move. Would gymnastics be applicable for jumping in and pushing somebody out of the way?
Sure.
All right. I'll take it. Where's the wild die? Oh, there it is. Got it. Let's do. Nice. 10 hits.
Okay. Yeah, so with 10 hits, you time it so that basically as he opens the door, you run and you run right past him. So you have go ahead and make an armed combat test.
Hovers over the initiative button.
No, the overdrive won't last for action. Did that not go through? I don't think that went through. Let's combat. Three hits. What are those? I got fours. Tell me I got fours.
You have 2 4s.
I'll wait and see what I'm rolling against. If that's an option, because it might be better.
So that is enough to sort of force Ms. Johnson over into the passenger seat as you dive into the driver's seat.
All right. And we'll lock the doors so the guards can't just get back in.
And now we're going to roll. So actually, Curie.
I got 7 hits on my increased reflexes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and roll initiative.
How do I add that to my...
So when you cast increased reflexes, You can allocate the hits between reaction buff and initiative dice.
Huh?
Yeah. So this works very differently than from earlier editions.
Yeah.
This
so
is
what?
and you actually got a bonus because you have Essence 6, right?
Yeah.
So you have 8 hits, not 7,
Oh.
because it's an Essence. You select how many hits you apply to increase. Oh no, both reaction and initiative dice at a rate of 1 per.
You may not want all 8 hits. It's gonna.
Oh, that's what it is. For each net hit you use beyond the first, you add 1 to the drain value.
Yep. And that's going to be a whumper.
I'm confused. So I rolled an 11 for initiative. So what do I add to it or not add?
So,
you got to resolve the spell before you roll.
You have to resolve the spell before initiative. So we did that wrong. So you allocate how many of the net hits you want to use.
I think it's every one gives you a reaction, every 2 gives you a die.
No, it's 1 for 1.
Is it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
1 point of reaction increase and 1.1 initiative die per net hit.
Okay.
So
that's how it's changed, and then each net hit beyond the first that you use increases the drain. So you don't have to use all 7, and in fact, you can't benefit for more than 4.
Okay, so let's just go with the 4 for now.
Okay.
So I apply that 4 to my reaction and to my initiative?
And to your initiative dice.
Yeah.
To my initiative dice. Okay, so
yes,
usually I get the 1d6, so I would get 5d6 total.
You get 5d6.
All right.
And then you get an additional 4 because your reaction's going up by 4.
Oh, okay. So 7, instead of 7 plus 1d6, it's 11 plus 5d6.
Yes.
Oh my. Okay. So, good Lord.
Don't forget to drain, though, because the drain's going to...
And you rolled a drain test earlier.
I did.
Looking for here. That may change how you want to do this. Because you just barely met the drain for the 1 die.
Yeah, base drain is 5. If you do 4 hits, it's going to be 8. And that's physical damage because that's over your magic.
And you resisted 5 of it.
I resisted 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to knock it to the 3d6 then. So instead of the taking 4, I'll just take 2. So it would be 9 plus 3d6.
Yes. And you would take 2 drain.
Okay.
All right. I haven't found it all this time where the initiative is.
Your attributes under Magic Resonance.
Oh,
It's
the
the
very
first one.
See it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And do I just hit the same one, even though I'm in the Matrix? Like, I don't understand if it's the same or not, because there is like a Matrix.
There's a Matrix initiative that you should be using, and it's probably the AR one because I don't think you're full VR right now.
Okay. Oh, my token is not activated. It said.
Yeah, I think
what
probably also saw that. That's what happened to me too, anyway.
Who was it that said that they had a stim patch? Because I just want to keep it close by if I need it.
If you can make it to the truck, I have Ms. Johnson in.
I am absolutely not walking toward the people with the men.
If I have I also have a bio monitor and like some med kits.
Med kits are good for after getting physically hurt, but this is
magic hurt.
This is magic hurt. So instead of passing out, I can like do like stimulation patch, like to keep me up for a little while longer.
Thank you.
Bob.
I'll see if I can.
Yep, I got a 9.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and give you 10.
Ooh, yay.
Somebody was asking something?
Yeah, I just noticed that I should be rolling 2 more d6s for my initiative.
Ooh.
Should be 12 plus 3d6.
Okay. So go and roll 2 dice and I'll add it.
Okay. Thank you, GM Father. Oh my god, gave me nothing. I'll never do it this way ever again.
So 2 and 2, so 22.
Well, good, as long as I'm going before this frog.
Okay, there we go. So I've got everybody on the list here.
While we're waiting for initiative to happen, you should totally head on over to our Patreon and to our fundraiser page at remalternis.com/nuyen and patreon.com/remalternis. And that gets you the ability to donate or pledge to get extra entries into our Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition giveaway for the PDF that we are doing tonight. We are about to go into the very last hour of the show, and we'll be drawing a name from everyone that types in hashtag RemPC in the chat, plus those Patreon and remalternis.com/nuyen pledge people. And someone's going to be a winner tonight. So you should definitely go do those things. I feel like I said that better like the previous 5 times I've talked about this tonight. But go to all the websites, do the things.
You should definitely take the next 5 minutes as we go on break to take care of all that.
Yeah.
Hashtag RemPC.
Hashtag RemPC.
So as we get ready to go into our final hour, we'll take our final 5-minute break, and we'll be back.
Awesome. See you soon, RemPC.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. for we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back. We are going to jump right into the fight, the inevitable fight, with Fury going first.
Oh my.
With your amped up reflexes.
Yeah. I'm super fast now, feeling good, have a little headache and a little physical pain, but you know, I'm hanging in there.
Play through the pain.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead, seeing this truck situation happening ahead of us here. I think I'm going to start with a. Let's go for it. I'm gonna go ahead and ice sheet because how Material Girl's now in the car, right?
Yes, please don't
Okay.
ice sheet under the truck.
Under the. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and ice sheet where the guy is just got pushed out of the way of the door.
Okay.
So he's gonna now slip all over everything.
That would be in the other book. Ah, there we go.
Boop. Ice sheet.
Okay.
Oh,
Ooh, 4 drain.
this one hurts. I only have 1 edge, so I'm just gonna eat that.
I give you 2.
Can you what?
I mean, like, can I give you 1 by spending 2 to give? Is that a thing you can do, or is that
Yeah,
not in combat?
That is, I think you have to do it during your turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is a thing, though.
That's good to know.
Yeah, I think it's a minor action on your turn.
That's very kind. However,
No, it's just a boost. It doesn't cost an action.
I'm just gonna hurt.
Oh, okay.
However, it counts as your expenditure of edge, but you're not. This isn't your action, so you don't care.
I'm gonna double check my gear and see if I have any of those stim patch. I do not. Cool. Cool. That looked great.
Yeah, I don't plan on taking her far away, so we'll have stim patches after this is resolved.
Okay.
Cool. So that's my major action, and I am gonna stay right where I am. Because
ow, yes.
I'm feeling lightheaded, guys.
Nova.
I'm not feeling well.
Okay, I shoot one of the bodyguards.
The one by the driver's side door, or the one in back of the vehicle?
I feel like back of the vehicle.
Okay.
Because I was planning on being behind them as they entered, so like, yes.
What is your attack rating? You're going to be at the 2nd range increment.
How did we find that again?
It's just the 2nd number on attack rate.
Yeah. Or it gives you CN. I forget all the acronyms.
CNM.
It's the N.
The N is 10.
10. Okay.
Yeah.
So no edge is exchanged.
That probably doesn't reflect the smart link, though, which I imagine you probably have.
I do.
So it should be 12.
12. Still no edge is exchanged.
Bummer, Summer. Okay, well, here's my Ares Predator. 6.
He will spend a point of professional rating to make one of his 2 points of professional rating to make one of his 4s a 5.
Oh.
So that will miss unless you'd like to spend edge.
Yeah, I'll spend 2 points of edge to change I'll do the same.
Okay.
If you want to spend 2 edge, you can also make him re-roll 2 of his hits. But yeah, then again, that's not a guarantee. If you just spend the 2 to guarantee the hit, that might be
I think roll 20 favors Bob, so I will just
roll 20 giveth and roll 20 taketh away.
I'll just spend the 2 to change one of my 4s to a 5.
Okay. 4P. Does not appear to do any damage to him.
All right, and then I go and take cover.
Okay. Let's see. So Miss Johnson pulls out a she has an Ares Viper sliver gun, and is sort of pointing it toward the front, not really pointing it at you, but sort of in easy reach of shooting if she has to. She says, "So, where's Redstone?" Hero
Please
girl.
just do the voice back at her. Oh.
Right here.
Okay. Is that it's all she does?
Yep.
Okay, so it's my turn.
Yep.
Well, so long as she is displaying a willingness to talk, I will reward that with a willingness to talk. And I will tell her, not using Redstone's voice, because I don't want to give away that I can do that. But I will tell her that, yeah, she and I are going to have a conversation. Why don't we keep it civil? You know, and,
Bang, bang from outside.
yeah, exactly. Well, if you tell your guys to stand down, this doesn't have to get any nastier than it already is.
Um.
And I will. I don't know. I do want to kind of. I guess. I don't know. I do want to show that I'm not particularly worried that she got the gun out. I want her to think that she's in trouble.
Okay. Yeah, the bodyguard's been shot at. The one with the ice sheet does need to make a gymnastics test.
Amber, I can't stay mad at you.
Yeah, I mean he was shot at, but we both know he's fine.
It was a warning.
So the one in the ice falls.
Good. That makes him look real dumb.
The guy that Nova shot at will shoot back at her.
To cover.
And she does have cover.
How dare you?
Well, I mean, if she doesn't tell him to stand down, I can just back the truck over.
I just shout back, rude.
Very rude.
The rudest.
Let's see. So you're going to get an edge for this, Nova. And then you'll need a defense roll.
Oh my, I got a reward?
Yeah,
And a punishment. And a punishment.
Well, you get edge because you're behind cover.
Oh my god. Defense.
Because it boosted your defense rating up.
Cover is good.
Defense roll. Defense roll. Submit. So many ones. Success goes to the attacker, right?
Ties go to the attacker.
Okay, I will. Ties go to the attacker?
Yep.
Mhm.
Well, I lost anyway. Okay. How many to make you reroll your die? Your 3 die? Your
There's
3 hits?
one per hit.
Yeah, one per rerolled die.
Oh. spin on my edge. Reroll 2.
Reroll 2.
Reroll 2 of your hits. Please. Yes!
That was awesome.
Hooray for cover.
I like that you and I both threw our arms up.
It's because we're excited. We're a team, even though Curie doesn't want to be.
And he takes cover on the other side of the vehicle.
We're a team until we get paid and move on with our lives.
Yep. See, I do it.
Violet. So you're at the soy box. I mean, you hear this over comms, but you also hear gunfire. Not in the basement of the parking garage, but closer to the entrance.
So, and I'm there with the air spirits hanging out with us, not manifested, correct?
Yep.
As far as you know.
So is this soy bucks like all other soy bucks?
It is exactly like all other soy bucks.
Okay. So I am going to try and take the professor into the computer room.
Okay.
Like the room, because somebody last episode went back into the room with all the like computers and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, the manager's office.
Yeah, so I want to try and take him back into the manager's office to get him behind as much tech as possible to try and interfere with the spirit being able to find him or folks being able to see him through the astral.
Nice.
Having worked at a soy box in real life, there is no manager's office. They don't get their own office.
It's like the storeroom.
Near the sink, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'll turn on all the fridges, it's fine.
Jen should get a bonus for using her noggin.
And you realize that that's kind of what it is. It's a section of the storeroom has been sort of eked out for a modest desk and the computer terminal. But yeah, you don't have any trouble getting him back there. I mean, the both of you are invisible, and nobody's back there because it's relatively busy. You've had to move. You've had to relocate a couple of times already to prevent people from sitting on you.
Hashtag invisible life.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cellophane.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. I'm still stopping these dudes from getting out their car. So
So you wanted to data spike it again?
Yep.
So that's
Round 2.
Cracking plus logic, and you get an edge for that.
Yay. Cracking plus logic. All right. And I still have that. I still have overclock on. And what's my OS right now?
I believe it's 4 right now.
Okay. That's 1 wild die. 7.
Oh no, because you've been using that
Yep.
overclock.
Right. So it's probably like.
So it's like 6 now.
Yep. That sounds right.
So it's now 9. And you've now bricked the car.
So that car just and shuts down. And you see Fisher in the Matrix just yes, da 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 da, like a Final Fantasy character flourish. He's a gamer at heart, and so that's his thing.
You missed your chance to be doing the Street Fighter car stage.
Yep. You're right. Too bad.
I can't wait
and since you brought it up earlier, if you wanted to give some edge to somebody, you can do that now.
Yeah, let's give it to our mage who could use some edge.
I can't wait till we have downtime and you're like, hey guys, want to play some D&D? And we're like, no.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be meta.
Yep.
All right. So it is Curie's turn now.
Oh,
And you've just been gifted 2 edge.
Oh, 2 edge?
So you spent 4 edge, right?
Yep. Yeah, I did. But I'm down to 0 now. So
Oh, wow.
I get edge really fast. Like that's my thing.
Oh, cool. I don't. All right. So this guy's still slipping on my ice, right?
Yep.
I have all kinds of negatives now, which I don't like. So
that ice sheet incidentally is a sustained spell.
yeah, I'm gonna hold it there if he's still slipping on the ice.
Okay. So you're now holding up 5 spells.
I'm holding 3
2 invisibilities, your
armor, increased reflexes, and ice sheet. I'm a busy girl. Okay.
So you're -4 in addition to your wounds.
Do we have a list in here of major actions?
Yeah. At the very bottom there is a set of handouts that are I've pulled some charts from the book.
At the very bottom of
in Roll20, in the very bottom of the handout section.
Oh, handouts. Okay.
So there's the shadow slang that I've edited from the main book.
If you want more drain, you can summon a spirit.
Thanks.
Just saying.
Yeah. This is hurting.
If you don't care what you do, full defense is a bad choice.
Yeah, full defense, or I'm thinking about like an observe in detail and make sure that there's not like the runner team coming down the stairs or whatever like that. Actually, that's nope, because if I go out, dang. All right, that's it. You know what?
You also just hang on to it and spend it for like counterspell. Need it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I can hold them through the turn, right? The round.
Yeah, you can spend any times when it's not your turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold on to it for right now. They seem to not be shooting at the mage, which I like. So let's just hold action.
Worst
as the D&D
bodyguards ever if they're not geeking the mage first.
Right?
Nova.
Can go one of 2 ways here. All right. I will hold my action until I hear something.
Yeah,
from Material Girl. But you know what? I will move away. I will move further away.
Okay.
And still take cover.
All right, it's up to Miss Johnson.
And you do hear a command, stand down. And she exits the vehicle through the passenger side.
No, I have it locked.
Let's see. Go ahead and roll. I'm going to give you a benefit of the doubt here, because I know your edge attribute is 1.
Yeah, I do want to tell her. No, stay in the truck. We're gonna have a talk.
Talk.
She hasn't been in the truck for this entire thing. She was in the elevator.
Huh?
No, I think they're talking about Miss Johnson.
Miss Johnson. Yeah,
I
Miss
thought-
Johnson is still in the SUV.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right, so she told her guards to stand down. I'm going to tell her that this escapade is over. Redstone is under competent protection. You should have hired the best runners. Unfortunately, you hired not the best runners. So I would like you to call them and let them know you're dropping the job and giving them whatever upfront payment that they have coming. But this is over. And we can keep it professional.
All right.
I will let it be, leave it, unsaid, but hanging heavy in the air. We're the better team. We found you. I caught you alone in the truck here. So I don't know if you want me to do a con or an influence.
Intimidation. Which I believe is influence.
All right, so influence it is. All right. I'm better at con, so here we go. Probably gonna have to burn all my edge. That you know what? I'm just gonna burn my 4 edge to because that was.
To reroll 4 hits.
No, I'm gonna reroll all. I'm gonna reroll 7 dice.
Oh yes. 4 edge.
Where's the thing to just roll a set number?
I love she has a specialty in acting. I have one of those.
Why is this not working? Input roll reason d6 number 7.
So you can.
Oh, okay, got it.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So at the top, there's a die.
What?
Oh.
Bueno.
Oh,
Come on, 0 hits on 14 dice.
Oh.
That's not even possible.
Apparently it is.
Guys, I'm head out. Can't.
0 dice. 0 hits on 14 dice.
I'm gonna live at the soy bucks now.
Just give up all of my cyber decking things, just like side them to someone else.
Hold on. I got the vocal modulator. That helps on vocal tests. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it gives you 1 extra die.
I could be
Or rather, it's rating an extra dice.
Yeah, it could be 3 extra dice. 3 extra
Okay.
dice. All right,
And then you'll get to reroll those if you need to.
Well, yeah. So this will be the first 3 I didn't roll.
Yep.
All right. So I had 2 hits. I would have not been happy.
You had 1 hit before.
Right. So that would have added 1 more. So I would have had 2
Yep.
to hurt 2. I wouldn't have been happy. I would. So instead of rolling,
And you may as well re-roll because you spent the edge for it anyway.
yeah. So instead of rolling 7 dice, you're gonna be rolling 9 dice.
Well, you'd be rolling the 2 dice of this 3 dice pool that didn't hit because you've already re-rolled the rest.
Right. All right.
So 3 hits. Okay.
It's impossible to be that unlucky.
Apparently not.
You just got to remember your augmentations.
improbable.
No,
Improbable.
it's impossible.
Inconceivable.
Literally impossible.
Don't
know how
use
math
that
works.
button anymore. Forget the button. Forget the button.
Just
Just type
manually
it
roll
out
dice.
manually.
I just
It's
say
worth the effort.
I just make up how many hits I get each time.
In fact, go get some dice and then point your camera down at it and then hand roll them.
That's my preferred method of dice rolling.
You hear
So I can
she
totally put
says,
it intimidating.
she says under a comm, abort.
They're stuck in a car that won't move.
Do we? Did
I guess it's time I call this a loss.
yeah? Did Trouble take her token back? By the way,
Did Toil? Yeah. So Toil has the token back. So the
damn it! All right, I was going to give it to her as consent. I'll let her know. Hey, in the future, when you need something done, you ought to come for the best. You know, you see what happens when you cut corners.
Sure. Pass me a comm code.
I'm sure you'll know how to.
Can I hear? I can hear their conversation.
Yeah, I'd be sure.
Yeah,
I have a comm that is trash. I give that comm code to.
Every runner should have more than one burner phone.
Yeah, or
I send that that comm code to you.
Mr. Johnson's. They all know each other. They know if she literally wants to hire us, she'll know how to do it. She'll know how to get in touch with us. She'll figure it out. Don't need to insult anybody's intelligence with comm codes.
What now? After those rolling shenanigans.
So if we're done, we'll take our leave of you.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure doing business with you. I appreciate.
Do we even know what she was after? Like why?
We're pretty sure it was the research that
We're
has.
pretty sure, but it could be, hey, he actually is a weapons dealer. Like
we should confirm.
Well, I mean, for now, we don't know that she's really going to call it off. So we'll, I think we should stand down and we'll do some verifying after our trusting. But
Okay.
I think
I see all of us have very different ideas of what success is on this mission, and that's fair. And I just want to say you're all valid, and I love you.
I mean, our mission was
Someone's
literally
wrong.
to stop whatever was happening. So if this stops.
Yeah, if this stops, that's
No, it was to stop what was no, it's to figure out who was behind it all and why they like how he got the coin in the first place and like
we know that already.
Solve this problem.
Solve the problem.
Is this problem really solved if she stops right now and then like later down the road it's like,
and no,
try that again.
But like that's part of why we have to see if she follows up on her end of the deal. So
cool. I want to look for dirt on her while they're all doing this.
Like right now in the middle of the
right now while they're all
Mexican
doing that
standoff.
While they're doing their thing, I'm looking up as much dirt on her as I can.
I just have the image of like Reservoir Dogs where they're all pointing the guns at each other, and then this troll just stops and puts the guns away and gets out his like
the
laptop. And
I'm glad you know me. You know me so well already.
Good Lord.
So remember the digging up dirt is going to take you at least 10 minutes per roll.
Yeah, that's not something we're going to do right now.
I don't think anybody else wants to wait 10 minutes for you to make the first roll.
That's fair.
Yeah,
No. I'm not saying for anyone to wait for me to do anything. I say this happens.
Yeah, so you're gonna start doing that, but essentially the encounter is going to be over.
Yeah.
Is that do I understand that correctly?
I am perfectly happy letting her back away. We're never going to let her see the gnome. Going to let her know that we protected him.
Well, yeah, because the gnome's not here.
Yep.
So,
so as you get out, you notice the ice sheet is still there.
That guy can get up eventually.
And Johnson says, "Get up! It's embarrassing."
It is, and I will say yes, it is to him. I will agree with her.
I drop the ice sheet and wipe the blood from my nose.
Aw.
Yep.
Smear it on my white lab coat like the rest of the stains.
Oh, to see your condition monitor right now.
Yep.
It's pretty feisty. It's
Uh-huh. So we'll step out of rounds.
Yep. We're gonna.
Bob's like, I'm so close to taking her out. Can't we just keep it going a little longer?
He didn't take you out. You almost took you.
It's true. I fought myself.
Totally different. It's totally different.
I mana-faced myself.
Once we get away,
So they get back in the SUV and they leave.
Yep.
You hear some banging from down below.
There's no need to even confront them. They if they were the better shadow running team, they can consider themselves lucky. We're team players.
Are we able to get out of here without being followed?
Well, their car ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Johnson already left. The tracker's still on there, so I can verify she's not following us.
I can go astral and check for.
Well, if we just leave now before that spirit completes the search and she realizes he was right.
Yeah, but they move at the speed of thought, so I'd rather be on the lookout. And with that, I pass out in the back seat and go astral.
All right.
So you go astral and you basically you look for the gnome. You do not see the spirit.
I'm literally, I think I'm sitting on top of the truck as the truck starts to drive, and just making sure we're not being followed by their spirit.
Okay. So you don't see their spirit.
Okay.
The air spirit that you saw earlier is no longer around.
Cool. That's fine with me. Still watching out.
What is the other shadow running group doing to get out of the car?
Are you hanging around to find out?
No, I just want to see. Are they still locked inside? All right.
Yeah. So we cut back for an after credit scene for the audience benefit, and they a couple of them bash through, and it takes a few whacks to open the door. The other two sort of smash the window and climb out. And they sort of run up to the top, and they're kind of.
I will say, there's just a very small, like on the dashboard, wherever the last thing they see as they break the windows on the car are just like this dead skull mask that just is smiling at them, and that's it. And then it's done. That's my calling card, you guys.
All right, so where do you guys go?
Game over.
We are not taking him back to his house. We ought to take him to Areola 51. We need to call
I agree.
trouble. Say problem solved, but this guy needs a new. Or just tell her what happened. He's going to need a new apartment.
Need a new everything, including new friends.
He's probably going to need new somewhere else. But it's over for now.
Okay.
See, do any of us have contacts that can help with that?
I'm sure Trouble can. Unless she wants to hire us for another job to relocate him.
So you get back to the to the club, and at that point, Toil basically says, "Well, I mean, you kind of solved this problem. We can try to find him a new place, but ultimately, unless you're going to hide him forever, you're kind of done." And with that, cred sticks are slid across the table. You guys are paid.
I look over at the rest of the team, minus the one person who still hasn't called me by name, and I just go, "It was a pleasure working with all of you."
How much was on the cred stick again?
5,000.
Yep.
So you each got 5,000.
Considering I had 20 new yen left, this is nice.
Oh, you're swimming in it now.
In the
Fisher,
morning.
it
Yeah.
was real cool working with you. Hit us up anytime you need someone.
Indeed,
And
a pleasure.
and then I whisper, don't mind Curie. I'm pretty sure she's Finnish. Did you know that in the Finnish language that there's no word for please?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So I think it's a
wait. I want
cultural
to call
thing.
bullshit. Can I roll
I
like an
think
insight?
it's a real fact.
Is it a real fact? That's
True
good to know.
hashtag true facts. Only the truth
Hashtag,
comes from this
my
mouth.
character doesn't
True
know
story.
that, so I'm still gonna roll like with an inquisitive eye.
Yeah, so you can totally roll a judge intentions test.
And what is that?
It's near your attributes. It's like I think it's like second column.
There we go. I probably believe whatever you say. 4. I'm like,
So with 4 hits, unless you want to roll some sort of a persuade, like either a con or influence test. 4
I
hits
kind
is
of like
probably
you just being like, that's what it is.
4 hits is probably enough that. I mean, this is not something you've heard before, maybe, but it seems like she believes it's true.
Cool. And then I go, okay.
Nova's right. You can't tell much about chicken pot pie till you cut the crust.
Huh.
And it's just quiet. Looks at
I just like turn around and look at Curie. And I'm like, okay. And then I look back. Well,
yeah, you almost hear the twang of the guitar.
My favorite part about working with all of you, said not in Curie's accent, in mine, is the awkward silence that comes after one of you speaks.
I wasn't even ready for that one. I would have had a fact if I was ready, but got nothing.
But chicken pot pie is.
So Dr. Redstone says, James, right?
Yeah, exactly. But let's not use our names. Or please.
What should I call you?
Fisher.
Fisher.
Yes.
James Fisher.
So you're gonna just put my government out there like that? Come on. And he gives you a small little wink, and then turns back to the doctor.
Can you verify this message?
Yeah, that should be simple enough.
So it's the message that you read out before.
Mm-hmm. I would verify it then.
So go ahead and make a this is a matrix perception test. So it's electronics plus intuition.
Plus intuition. Let's go. No, I cannot.
It seems real.
I'm like, it seems okay. I mean,
hey.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And he sort of goes over to a table and he starts typing on his comm link. And apparently it's no longer being hacked.
Yay. That's great. All right. Well, I got my money, and that's the end of the job.
Yep.
So, been nice.
So with that, we wrap up the 2-part premiere episode, The Case of the Beleaguered Professor. And so we'll wrap up a little early. I think we have almost certainly some announcements to be had.
Always.
And then we'll pick up next week with our next case.
Yeah. And if you want a last minute chance to win something, hurry up and do something real fast.
This is your last chance to type hashtag RemPC in the chat for a free entry, or go to remalternis.com/newyen, or patreon.com/remalternis to get bonus entries before we do our drawing for Shadowrun 6th edition, 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition. It's such a big name.
And if you look right over there, where I believe the book is, you'll see the pretty book art and the really cool thing that you can win. So if you just joined us, because there's some welcome to the chat room, hey, we're doing a giveaway. Join us.
And then as we are learning the game, you can correct us in chat and say, well, actually.
Yeah, I would appreciate that a lot because I like all of the ideas.
Learn to deck with Randy. That sounds fantastic.
But you have to use the hashtag, well, actually.
Well, actually. And it's got to be spelled like ACKSHULLY.
Meat speak in here.
While we're waiting for those last minute entries to come in and for our wonderful mod Ava to do a drawing and or tell us an amount that we need to roll so that we can pick a winner. Other announcements that are happening are, and I'm going to give everyone a chance to share their cool stuff they have going on. The couple things we have is a live Kickstarter right now. It's remalternis.com/misspent-youth. It's a teen angst rebellion punk RPG that's very narrative and story focused. So if you just like playing characters and telling a story and making the world a better place, it's for you. And so again, remalternis.com/misspent-youth. We're also gearing up for our issue 2 Kickstarter for Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus, which is a steampunk fantasy comic book. And we run a live stream on twitch.tv/masterofrem on Sunday nights. We're taking a hiatus for April, but we'll be back in May. So live play happens on Sundays, but the comic book issue 2, same world, is at remalternis.com/kick. The art is phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, go check out some of the art for it. What else? We're going to be at Origins. So come visit our booth. I don't have the booth numbers offhand at this second, but we are going to be in the Artist Alley for Coddlesworth. It's late here, guys. And then we'll be in the main vendor hall booth for Rem Alternis, selling some cool nerdy t-shirts and stuff like that we carry in our Etsy shop. And I'm gonna let Amber, do you have any cool nerdy stuff you want to share?
Got nothing. And I know you don't want to hear any more fun facts.
I love your fun facts. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I think your fun facts are the star of the show.
No.
Jen, how about you?
And Jen, I run the Geek Forge, and we are on Etsy, thegeekforge.etsy.com. We also have a website, thegeekforge.org, which has some cool interviews. We are going to be recycling some material this year. Last year, we did a weekly update of Asian American comic book writers and artists, and so all of those are on our site. We'll be going through those this year to share the love of some of those awesome creators.
Cool.
Love that.
Hal, what's your cool nerdy stuff?
Well, we do over on Rem Alternis on Twitch on Saturday mornings. We are doing Descent into Avernus, the 5e D&D campaign. We're a good number of sessions in, but we did finally go to, so we are suffering through the rest of it.
Awesome. And how about Randy?
I have a lot, so bear with me. You can find all of these on my Twitter page. That's Roller Raja. That's ROLLER As I said earlier, I'm a TTRPG streamer and actor. So some of the things that I'm in are Edge of Legends on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. This here on Thursdays. Harbingers, which will be having their premiere this Friday at 6 p.m. PT. I'm super excited because we recorded that live in the studio in LA. And so it'll be really fun to get to watch that. And then I'm doing an Encanto one shot this weekend with playing Bruno, the person we don't talk about. No, but I get to play Kids on Brooms in the Encanto world with a lot of other Latin American TTRPG artists, which is really cool. Yeah. And Disney. It's the best of both worlds. And then next week, one last thing that I'll share is I'm a part of Jasper's Game Week, specifically the Aussie edition, even though I'm not an Aussie, because, hey, surprise. I'm actually playing a game with Ardent Roleplay, which is a augmented reality company, and so we'll be playing D&D with like some augmented reality. And that
With Australians?
With all Australians except me.
Where can I find this?
This will be, you can find it on my Twitter at Roller Raja. That's no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, come on over, check it out. But it will actually be on twitch.tv/Ardent Roleplay at 7 p.m. on Tuesday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Last but not least, Bob.
Let's see. So we're still gearing up to begin season 7 of Shadowrun Missions. That's a 5th edition game over on Twitch on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. That's on Tuesday nights when we start back up. And I think Amber's playing the only character who's going to come back, at least at the beginning of season 7. And tomorrow night,
is that a hint?
KO is the only returning character so far. So we have Derica and Chris are going to make characters tomorrow night, I think.
Wow. So I love how from the first, so season 5 to season 6, Gertrude was the protagonist, and now season 6 to season 7, it's KO.
Rocks right now. I feel like, okay, I have to come up with a reason why I'm with new people.
Well, that you can think about later.
Yep.
But yeah, tune in on Tuesdays. If you like the content we produce, we do a lot. We stream 5 days a week at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. And we have a winner of the PDF tonight. It is Pink Party Goblin. Yay! Thank you so much for your support. We love you. Unfortunately, Kendermage, or Billy Berserker in chat, was the #1 donor this week. And therefore, I need to read this. I'm unhappy. Why was the music store employee arrested?
I don't know. Tell me, what's going on? What?
This viscerally hurts. Because he was selling organs on the black market.
I like it.
Cut the stream. We're out.
I hate everything.
Shut it down, boys.
I feel like those cat videos when you make them smell shrimp or something, they're like, that's me right now. But thank you, Kendermage. Thank you to everyone for hanging out and chat with us. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/Rem Alternis Productions, twitter.com/Rem Alternis. We have a Discord. We have a mailing list. We do lots of cool stuff, so come hang out with us. Anybody have anything else they want to say? All right, then we're going to call it. Yeah.
Come
Stay
back
safe
next
in the
week.
shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be back here next week. See you at 4 p.m. Pacific time for Rules of Cool on Rolls with Rem Alternis, where we'll be interviewing some of the storytellers of Shadowrun and getting more of the lore and the story behind the world. And then we'll be playing episode 3 of Emerald Glitch. So stay tuned. See you next week. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.